Mic on? Let's check. Test, 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 test. We're okay for now. Probably do change the battery, but I'll do it one day.
I get it. The Yakuza series is scary. There's like 8 of them. That's a lot of Yakuza. From Yakuza 3 onwards, they're all 50 hours plus. And let's not even mention the best spin-offs you'll never play, just for convenience sake. Then there's this slab of man, making you wonder if heterosexuality's all it's cracked up to be. Well boy, have I got a game for you. Hey, how's it going? You'll have to tell me how you ended up here sometime. Judge.
Check this out!
The quest, there's a mission called Partition Hard Reset that has no matchmaking, I don't believe. Right, so if you're not in a fire team, you've got a soloist. So I thought I'd cover this as a solo, right? Because it's an interesting time.
Good to see you.
There's champions in it, Barrier and Unstoppable. The threat is Arc, so that's burn for enemies. And then we get Solar Surge and Strand Surge. So use solar weapons. You can use a strand weapon if you wish. I'm using a strand subclass, obviously I'm on Hunter.
I was just thinking about you.
Aspects that you see. I'm not going to cover too much because I haven't really got a build per se because I haven't done enough experimentation with strand to have one specifically. I've got Wormless Crown on, which is nice on strand for survivability. I'm using double primary heavy, so I'm using adaptive munitions pulse rifle, Stay Frosty, and then Staccato, a solar scout, because it's solar burn or solar surge, and then Xenophage. Xenophage works well in this because it's solar. So
Rohan always said battles are won with strength.
Oh god, it's turned off.
With Neomuna Civil News, this is Jisoo Colorado coming to you live. We're reaching out to a Vanguard operative within our fair city. Mr. Ghost, can you hear me?
Hello? Who is this?
I'm Jisoo Colorado. Can you tell us more about your relationship with your guardian? What role?
agent's shaking up the Cloud Ark again. Do me a favor? Shake him back real hard. Static attack is on pause. Real attack incoming. Resent the competition. Used to be they were the only threats to the Cloud Ark. Now they're getting crowded out by Quake makers and disembodied voices and who knows what else. rounding off with you already. Get them before they reach the Nexus. aren't always sad in battles. Good to see you.
Yes. How to describe? Algorithm is inaccurate, but acceptable shorthand. It's an occlusion. In the way? Perhaps. But if we ride along the edge... Accelerated processing... Gravitational lensing as applied to data.
Oh, hey. I found Stargazer's algorithm in the data you recovered, except it's not an algorithm. They called it the occlusion. Love this stuff. My data crawler also pulled some old library records showing who else accessed Stargazer's archive back in the day. Maelstrom. She was the greatest military mind in history, and she's one of our smashed servers. Can't be a coincidence. If this occlusion spooked the Vex, maybe Maelstrom kept a backup of it on her server. She was a warrior, so go start some fights. Virtual noodle algorithms.
but the Guardian is nipping at their heels.
Crunching the new troop rotations, and I've got a new target for us. We use Lin's botanical framework, but I'm tweaking the assembly protocols to give it a charge. Makes it cling to machines and degrade Vex circuitry, like digital poison.
as you finish this fight, we gotta figure out how to shut that voice up. Hey, Guardian, you in the mood to hand out an ass kicking? Because there's a Scion in your area clearly asking for one. Watch out, Guardian! Legion's not too happy you dinged up their favorite toy.
Cloud Art's been a bit weird the last couple of days. You haven't seen any of that, have you? Well, maybe it's better if you don't. My arcade buddies were real impressed when I told them about how good your aim is. Think you can pull it off again? There's plenty of targets.
To complicate matters. Cut him to the quick. what the Guardian has to say about that.
So, you're one of them Earth Light wielders, yeah? I'm Maintenance Chief Magni de Sydney. Call me Sid. My crews keep this city running. Or we do when it's not filled with space rhinos. So, Vex incursion's frying all the apogee diodes within 100 meters. We need to replace those parts or we'll never retake the district.
Aren't giving up yet. Show them what a mistake that is.
haven't slept in longer than I'd like to admit. Something's wrong in the Cloud Ark. There are signs of Vex interference starting to stress Cloud Ark systems. Data artifacts, broken overlays, the usual type of thing. Early reports have narrowed down the cause to a Vex mine at a hardware access point. I'm passing you the location ping. Go break it down, will you?
You can play the team years ago.
Frozen vibes, maybe blasting snowmen with light machine gun. Well, no, not today, because despite the game being made by Action Forms, it's not really what I would classify as an action game. It's more of a survival horror puzzle game with a few guns, and a few not guns, and whatever this water cannon is supposed to be. Notably, one of the first games to use NVIDIA PhysX technology for water and sparks and all sorts of things, but guess what? Hey, listen. We're not going to see a lot of that, because this game is also, in the tradition of Action Forms, jank. How jank? Well, here's a demonstration of some of those wonderful effects you won't see for the rest of the video, running at a lower frame rate than the rest of the game, a game that is noted for having performance issues even on modern hardware. That's not why I'm not running it in 4K though, you might notice, because the game supports 4K. Also, in the tradition of Action Forms games, I can't buy this anywhere, so I'm stuck with one of those copies that's technically from good old games, until it was delisted.
Tribe of people in a place that was bounded on 3 sides by impenetrable forests and on the 4th by the steppe.
Alright kids, this story is important. Try to pay maximum attention.
But evil times came upon them. Other tribes came warring against them and drove them into the depths of the forest. They had to get out of the forest, but there were only 2 ways. One was to go back over the road they'd come, but at the end of it, strong and vicious foes awaited them. There they'd encounter the giant trees.
You see, without the truth of the eye, the happy folk were blind.
Okay, I know, this is a lot of story, but you're wrong. This isn't the story, okay? It is the story, but it's an allegory of the story of the game. Usually Action Forms waits until about the second half of the game to get weird with things, but they're off the chain with this one. It is at this point that we wake up inside of the ship, freezing to death, grabbing a flashlight and crashing. So we wake up, open a door, grab a flashlight, open the door, and crash again. Listen, all you have to do is patch the game to use more RAM on 64-bit systems and turn the effects and texture quality down, and yes, I have an NVIDIA card that supports PhysX, but I also was able to capture an entire playthrough without a single crash once I turned all that crap off. So that's what we're seeing. If you're watching this for the graphical fidelity of the game I'm covering, please leave a comment about how I'm not doing the game justice by turning off the special effects that run at a lower frame rate than the rest of the game and look like someone dropped something from After Effects into it. I don't even think they look that good. Anyway, I'm not playing this for the graphics, I'm playing it for the Action Forms goodness, because despite not having the best tech or the most money, Action Forms has delivered nothing but weird, solid experiences in the past. Rams with shotguns, moths on lights, let's go! Everything is covered in a thick layer of frost, as we're in the Arctic on a broken down nuclear icebreaker. That's weird. Usually I'm the one who makes the corpses. Cool effect though. I'll have to... Oh, that's the cutest PS2 doggy I've ever seen. Hi, doggy. Guess we know how he got into this mess. You can run by holding the L shift button, but watch the yellow indicator carefully. This shows your stamina. Yellow indicator. Oh, there it is, all low and pitiful like my health. My health is the red thing here, and the temperature is the red thing here. See, your health is basically your body temperature, and it's going down. Always. If you wanted a survival horror game to brutalize you in a new and interesting way, well, here you go. The next corpse flashes us back even further with 4 times the doggos. The next goes a little further into the main character's final moments before getting onto the ship. This is all going to become clearer later. Katie, can you run the clip of that thing later? Because there's stuff that's going to need piecing together right now. Katie? Katie?
Alexander Nesterov, a junior research assistant at the Pole 21 Polar Station, is due at coordinates 86 degrees 21 north, 74 degrees 57 east on the 27th of March 1981. But he will board the nuclear icebreaker North Wind.
We may not have NVIDIA's physics, but we still have physics, and this game won't let you forget it. The floors are covered in rubble you can kick around. It's not really important to gameplay, it's more set dressing. We get our first bits of heat when we start a generator that a man seems to have stuck his head in. The atmosphere of this game is extraordinary and oppressive. You see your own breath. Ice cracks under you. Icicles break off of doors as you open them. And my favorite part? As you're thawing out the room, you see the water from the melting ice trickling down the walls. It's goddamn beautiful. But I'm back out into the cold again. Hopefully I can warm up in this flashback.
Sit down. Warm up while it burns. I brought 2 more crates to dry.
Yeah.
Sit down. Warm up while it burns.
According to the story, this fire has been burning out for about 13 years. Nearly burnt out fires are some of the best heat sources in the entire game. Oh god, that's right, this is survival and horror. Guy with an axe and me with no weapons and no stamina. Even if I could run, I don't run very fast. Pull a chain off the door and bam, we've got a weapon. The Axeman seems to be gone, but I'm dragged into another flashback. Oh, that's dirty. Select the hand to strike with, and to direct strikes, hold the movement keys W, S, A, D. That's something you probably should have told me before the fight started. It'll matter for a while until you get ranged weapons. Aha! How's that for kung fu fighting, you chicken shit? Hold the R mouse key to block. Oh, thanks, I guess. I learned pretty quickly that blocking only reduces damage taken, and the best course of action when in a melee fight, or any fight really, is to stagger the enemies when they're about to attack. This buys you some time to finish them off, despite the fact that they are zombies, or ghosts, or possibly another kind of supernatural manifestation of the former crew of the North Wind. I can't promise this will all make sense in the end, but I don't know that going in, so I'm on edge, and when doors start opening on their own, save this man's life. Press the R mouse key to initiate your mental echo ability. It will let you into his past where you can correct his fatal mistake. My what can do what? And don't say it's explained in the manual, because it's not. I wasn't expecting to save anyone on this trip since the ship crashed in the 60s and it's now the 80s. But this is the puzzle part of the game I was talking about earlier. Whoa, here we go.
Through the door and up the stairs, quickly! It won't hold much longer!
Yes, sir!
Flat warning! Every one must evacuate the first and second compartments! Get to the upper decks!
I'm going! God, that water on the walls looks so cool, huh?
We could have a spoiler in this race.
You were unable to change this man's past in order to save him. Please try again.
Flat warning! Every one must evacuate the first and second compartments! Get to the upper decks!
I don't understand this puzzle. It turns out I'm overthinking it.
This way, quickly! I'll hold the door! Move it! Come on!
Oh, no, I'm not getting on that rickety-ass catwalk that's already broken. I'm gonna get onto the other rickety-ass catwalk that's already broken, and that's how we save this man. He's disappeared, so he didn't die here. In a flood that eventually froze over, entombing him in ice. This is actually a really effective horror scenario. We see a flashback of the captain and first officer discussing their course, and I can't show all of the cutscenes in this video, but let me tell you, they are way better than they have any right to be. And the story itself is more compelling than any Slavjank has the right to be, and why Action Forms was the king of the genre. Listen, I've got some real qualifiers for what makes Slavjank. 1. Obviously it needs to be low budget and have weird technical issues. Check. 2. It needs to be way too ambitious, be it with the technology or story, regardless of the game's actual quality. Chaser is terrible while attempting to tell a solar system-spanning story of intrigue. Vivisector is a bonkers Island of Dr. Moreau takeoff that is actually pretty fun and ends with 3 nearly impenetrable philosophical discussions that probably don't belong in a B-tier video game. Ties into the over-ambition.
To stay in one's own time is the most important thing. This is the end of the road, Kent. Let the newly born become the...
Oh my god, it's a baby! A human baby!
What's important here is that the old captain, who's been in charge of this ship for 20 years, doesn't need fancy technological navigation systems to make his way through the Arctic. He's an old salty sea dog. He knows what he's doing, so the ship crashes into an iceberg. This all sounds ridiculous, like it shouldn't work, but I don't know, this all works really, really well. I'm into it. I'm tense, I'm anxious, and not just because whenever you hit a loading screen, the game doesn't fade to black all the way and I'm terrified that it's about to crash. It's okay, this only happens like 16 times during the game. I need to warm up, let me... Oh, okay. Yeah, me and old Baldy here are gonna kick some ice zombie ass. I should be making more ice puns here, right? Kick some ice? Everybody chill? Nothing? Really? Okay, we get into another flashback. The flashbacks are the more puzzly sections, but they also help to break up the gameplay. The fact that it's always warmer in flashbacks leads to things like this, where we're riding a boat and beating the zombies off, and I have no health meter anymore, so who knows when I'll die. And the transition from the flashbacks to the present is always jarring in the right way. The color shifts from the brown and industrial back to the blue, white, unbearable cold.
Captain, a difficult stretch ahead. Should we go around?
A difficult stretch, you say. We'll manage. We can't afford to lose a whole day.
We might lose a lot more if it's as bad as it looks.
My crew has been through a lot worse than that.
Okay, here's the thing about the captain, right? You think he's making a bad decision. And he is, but not because of hubris exactly, but because they've been doing this stupid Arctic exploration for 2 decades. They know what they're doing. I can start an engine to stay warm, but there are still... things hunting me on this ship, and I don't have a traditional health bar. There isn't just fear in you dying, there's fear in dying over and over and over again as other people who are meeting untimely ends in terrible ways, like, you know, drowning inside of a metal can that then freezes over. Here's the thing, right, like, you remember that boat section? A bad game would repeat it again for diminishing returns. Cryostasis. In an action game, I would be really upset if the game stopped dead in the middle for a slow, plodding underwater section. But this is not an action game, and this section is creepy as hell.
Be careful when getting out of the elevator. The water is real murky. Turn left immediately and look for it. I'll be in the boat.
We got about 5 minutes of oxygen, and I've already seen the person in this suit dead.
Hey, what's happening out there? Watch out! There's a lot of junk at the bottom.
Can he not see the thing that's trying to kill me? Is the thing trying to kill me actually there? You see these cool swimming animations. As far as I can remember, this is the only time the game uses them. This game took me about 6.5 hours to complete, and very few of the areas are copied and pasted. They might look the same, but they're not. No, it's a strictly linear experience that, well, it learned the right lessons from Half-Life and made the set pieces as good as they could. I can't seem to find the notes I was taking while I was playing, so I have to assume I was so engrossed in what was going on that I didn't take any. There we go, another life saved, because there's a second segment.
What are you doing?
You know, this is action form, so I was expecting the game to be good. I was not expecting it to be great. Throughout the game, you're picking up more scraps of that story from the intro. These are actually real excerpts from a real story published in 1895 called Old Woman is Ergo by Maxim Gorky.
And so he led them, Dunkel. And they followed him willingly, for they believed in him. It was a difficult trek. It was dark, and at every step, the yawning bog swallowed people up, and the trees were like a mighty wall, barring the way. And then they began to murmur against Dunkel, saying that he was young and inexperienced, and had no right to bring them here.
We came across that iceberg 3 hours earlier than I expected. How did that happen? How could I screw up so badly? Was it one of those moments when nature teaches you a painful lesson, and you realize that even the most experienced dowser can get it wrong?
Yeah, Cap, that seems to be the idea.
Considering the emergency, I feel that it is my duty as an officer to report that the wreck was a result of negligence and culpable inefficiency by the ship's captain.
I mean, yeah, but also using the word inefficiency in this circumstance makes you look like kind of a shithead. Say goodbye to your melee weapons. We got a gun now, and we took it out of a flashback. Nightmare on Elm Street rules? Perhaps. I've stopped questioning it. Oh, okay, Just when I think this game is done with me, it does something new. Well, I'm still using the axe temporarily to save ammo. That's not as necessary as you'd think from a survival horror game. And since you can't even block with the axe for some damn reason, you'll see melee weapons less and less as the game goes on. In fact, within the next hour of game time, you'll probably never see them again. And then the zombie ghost communists get guns too. 3 or 4 shots to down them. Location-based damage doesn't seem to be a thing in this game, so center or mass shots should be fine. Remember when I said this game doesn't like to reuse scenes? It doesn't like to reuse enemies either. So now that you've got guns, the old brawling enemies go away, and you're left to face these welders. Alright, I can't get to this shiny new weapon without helping this guy in the chair not die. He's got glass through his chest, and there's a window here. I think I've been able to deduce the cause of death. Okay, is it not the window? Maybe the door leading into the little chamber on the other side? Okay, so here's what you do. The only safe place is behind the chair. Okay, that one's dumb. And so is the weapon you get with it, the water cannon, which uses icicles, the single most common thing on this ship, and shoots a stream of hot water. If I want to make tea, this is awesome, but if I want to kill vaguely defined monsters that are a metaphorical representation of the crew's mistakes, well...
Now the flowers will grow.
The story in flashbacks is told in a fairly straightforward way, with the crew becoming dissatisfied with the captain after getting the ship stuck in an iceberg, with these flashbacks allowing you to be involved in keeping them alive. Here we've got...
I'm warning you! Stop! Get down! I'm asking you! I make no promises!
Steve kills kids, watches this guy picks up a wrench and throws it at a guy with a gun. This is not the correct thing to do. Maybe my aim will be better.
I'm warning you! Stop! Get down! I'm asking you!
Well, you try throwing a wrench without a crosshair. So what you're supposed to do is use the wrench to turn off the steam over here so that the guy who died can get across to the ladder and send it down for you. This might be the first time in a game I'm actively saving as many things as I kill instead of just assuming that everyone survives after I saved the world or something. It wasn't called Hollywood Holocaust because people survived it. Sir, you're definitely not real. There's no way you've survived here for... Watch out for that elevator! Oh, he was, I don't know what's real anymore. Oh, goddammit, more giant spider bullshit! Okay, maybe not a giant spider, more like a spider with ice legs that are not as brittle as you'd think ice legs would be. He only takes damage when he's out of the cold, so you have to shut the hatches in order to damage him. I forgot I picked up this double-barreled flare gun because I found out it wasn't a shotgun and ignored it. It isn't the worst weapon, but I think it does damage over time and can weaken the enemies, so it's not direct damage like a rifle shot to the dome. Once its legs are off, it goes down, whatever it is. I was playing this right, and I'm wondering when I'm gonna get a weapon with a scope or something. You know, other than the iron sights on the gun. Because like I said, there's no crosshair. This isn't a game where you're supposed to be handling guns a lot, except in the last half, when you're primarily using guns. This weapon is basically the same as the rifle you get first, except it has a scope. Cool, right? See what I did there? Cool? Nothing? That's weird. Anyway, it turns out that a scope in a game where all the combat is short to medium range inside of a giant tin can is as useful as condoms in a convent. It's kind of like having a crosshair in a weird place on the screen, and also hip firing it isn't accurate, so I don't know. As it stands, I'm using a slow World War II-era rifle that you reload with the speed of somebody pushing a clip into a bolt-action rifle with big padded gloves on. That's about to change, too. Here's the SVT-40, which is going to be the main weapon going forward. Ammo's surprisingly plentiful in this game if you're aiming well, and remember that location-based damage doesn't matter. Usually.
Oh, it's good to have you back in time.
Back in time? Ah, that's a good one. Where am I?
Hurry up! The captain is on his way here with another problem. Unsolvable again. He runs to me, and I console him. Well, like a child, really.
See, what you need to do is tell the captain that the problem will take 6 hours to fix, and then do it in 20 minutes. Keep your reputation as a miracle worker. So what am I doing?
Over the bridge and to the central console room.
Oh, I don't like this at all.
Initiate graphite replacement protocol.
Of course, put the graphite rod into reactor 4. What could possibly go wrong?
You know, I'm very glad. No, really? What did you expect? You're a pain in the neck. Both of you. Yes, you and your sorry excuse for a ship. I'm so tired. Look, you're a big boy now. You can't play around forever. And I can't help you this time. Now go, please, go.
Harsh, but I thought he would come to you with, you know, an engineering issue, not a my first officer told on me issue. See, the captain has just been handed a message from HQ, and, I feel kind of bad for him.
To the captain of nuclear icebreaker Northwind. Upon cargo delivery, proceed to destination for temporary docking. Your ship will be subsequently decommissioned. Prepare all necessary paperwork.
If I were him, I wouldn't want to go back to that. It's all the man seems to care about. Look, kids, I promise I'm going to put up a spoiler tag as soon as I know what's going on. No, I can't take that chance. The inside of the reactor has, changed. This is one of those few platforming sections in the game, and thank God for that. You have a weak jump, and I wouldn't call what happens in this game falling damage as much as spontaneous heart failure when leaving the intended path. You could die from falling 3 feet. You might think that was 3 feet because of how quickly it happened. Let me slow it down for you. Yeah, you reach terminal velocity real quick. With that in mind, I quick save before attempting any jump. Nope, you can't climb that. Looks like they've moved the bed somewhere warmer. It's a good idea.
Here's what we have. HQ is aware of our situation and is launching a rescue mission. We'll stay in contact as long as the radio is operational. Secondly, the valves are welded all around. The second line will take a long time to cool down, so we'll be warm for a while. Now, regarding food.
I really don't like how the flashback ended on regarding food. Even tiny desk lamps count as a heat source in this game. I can get 2/3 of my health up. Not that that matters. I'm not sure if I ever see full health during this. Oh fuck, there's mole miners. He's packing 2 SMGs.
I was just thinking about you.
Got it. Oh, okay, maybe I imagined it. After a visit to the ship's clinic, I'm convinced that maybe I'm not imagining everything and that the crew was suffering from some kind of problem.
Doctor, will you look at this one?
Look at what? I can see it already. They are to the bone, almost glowing. Go check the pulse. I don't know, just makes no sense.
Glowing? Glowing? I don't like this. I don't like being here. I don't like the flashing lights or the suspicious autosaves or checking every corner, even though this game isn't really that. Oh, God. No, 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 no. Oh, come on, let the poor PS2 doggos out. They're not hurting anyone. They're probably hungry. Everyone is probably hungry. I'm okay. I got a submachine gun, which I didn't expect to ever get into this. Handy for the bigger guys. This hand guy is bothering me. No, I don't want to touch him. What is happening?
That's
You
that.
know, this is an Action Forms game, and I still haven't seen the moth on the leg like Chasm or Vivisector.
Great job, you two. No more Vex buildings. No more
What
Vex.
the fuck
Solved
is
every
that?
last problem
Action
in that
Forms has
area.
evolved beyond
Couldn't have done
moths.
it better
They
myself.
have Mothman. Oh, you are a beautiful, beautiful butterfly. So the PPSH, the submachine gun you get, more of a burst fire than an automatic. Wall of bullets, very useful, except it kicks like a mule and some of the footage you see might be incomprehensible nonsense. I have no idea what's real anymore. We go to the meat lockers on the ship, probably the only things that still work as intended, am I right? The door closes behind me, that's normal, I think. Naturally, my temp bar is basically at... Did you just... Why are you reaching for the cow? What? But I don't want to be a cow. No, don't just walk into it. That's a guillotine. A delicious hamburger guillotine. I have to save the cows. Go now, you're free. I'm sure kale is delicious. Oh, I've made a terrible mistake. So there's a stealth section too, but I guess if you've ever played a video game before, you'll understand that you have to crouch. No, everything's going fine. I'm learning a lot about ice breaking. I'm gonna take a break and maybe watch a movie. That's cool. They have theater on the ship. That must really help with morale. What? Do that when I'm above a pit. God damn
Reactor
it.
shielding initiated.
Can't we stop it? Do something!
Calm down. There's no need to rush anymore. It'll start soon.
How much longer?
Don't know. This is an automated process.
We need to get out of here.
And go where? What about the crew?
The crew will manage. Get the helicopter ready.
Without the captain's permission, I can't do that,
I'll
sir.
help you. We'll all do it together. I'll meet you up top in 10 minutes.
And it sent up a shower of sparks and went out.
I don't know how any of this could possibly go more wrong. You guys haven't seen a lot of the flashbacks or the rescues because there's only so much I can show in a video. But you know, we gotta talk about the reactor going critical and the somehow healing glow of these red cracks everywhere. It's good that the reactor went critical and exploded actually, because now we have these automatic no holding your hands out or anything health stations. I want to know why this happened, but I'm being attacked by another ice spider. Sci-Fi Channel presents ice spiders. There's one for everything. You remember when we didn't have guns in this game? So this time you have to shoot the red cracks to damage the ice spider, who will stop and repair them with ice webs. I just wanted to stop screaming so I can hear the captain.
I saw streaks of red stretching as far as the horizon. How could I hope to change the world if I didn't start with myself? If I had to change at least one man, let it be me.
It's, no, I think after the reactor goes, it's too late, Cap. You know, after this reactor goes, and then like 13 years later, I don't think I can take it after the cow.
I saw it. It went through that crack.
Probably has a wire in there.
Wonderful.
So, you, I'll keep checking over here.
Get to it.
Stuck in the narrow...
Looking good, pal. Can't wait to see what you do with this.
Space between two low hills. One day, for the first time in his life, the bear had to confront not nature, but nature's highest creation.
You were my best creation.
You can't hear us.
Did I just do a stealth section as a polar bear?
Captain, I'm out of your mind. We're up to an easy high ahead. Slow.
What's the matter? Isn't this what you wanted? Grab the wheel. The ship is yours.
Guys, I think this game might have been about the captain the whole time.
Turning! The control lever is stuck! I can't move it! Engine room full astern!
We're doing 20 knots. It's not safe.
Come on! Back! Emergency or I'll have you court-martialed!
Full astern. Fire in the engine room. Reactor shielding initiated.
Can't we stop it?
Oh. The first officer fucked up and caused the reactor to explode. Now, with this information, that changes everything. I think. Although a quick nuclear explosion is... So were they eating each other? They still take the captain to the helicopter, a thing they probably should have used a week ago. But the reactor explodes and...
The brave Danko cast his eye over the endless steppe, cast a joyful eye over this land of freedom, and gave the crowd love. And then he fell down and
What? What is this Gmod shitpost? Okay, I think that wraps up the story. This is everyone's fault. The captain made a mistake, but it's not like he's always been a fuck-up. But then the captain was doing a thing that could have broken them free from the iceberg, but the first officer stopped him and did the opposite, which overloaded the reactor. So the lack of trust and the breakdown of proper communication led all of these people to their deaths. This here, though, this red orb has no body attached to it or anything, so this has to be the end game red orb. So finally, we can go back to whatever Arctic research station we came from, have a nice hot chai, and the commies can come and salvage the ship in the morning. I mean, the reactor blew up. What else could go wrong? What? What? To say at this point that I have no idea what's going on is still a colossal understatement. Kronos is the final boss, and I absolutely had to look up how to beat him because I was hopelessly confused. It's not exactly my fault that the game introduced mechanics and characters at the very last minute that might help explain why the protagonist survives any of this and why he can suddenly quantum leap into people. Quantum leap isn't a boomer-ass reference because they made the show again. It's on right now. Time is an illusion that we all agree to. So you have to win a competitive game of whack-a-mole with Kronos. That's what your hands are doing. And you shoot little balls at the enemies. So while the game didn't prepare you for any of this that's happening right now, it did instill a sense that red heat is better than blue cold. And I guess that's enough.
Yourself.
I'm so tired of these people and their constant arguing and squabbling and backstabbing. Enough! You're dead! Shut up!
What's the matter? Isn't this what you wanted? Grab the wheel. The ship is... It's not turning! The control lever is stuck! I can't move it! Help me! The telegraph...
Oh God, stop. I can't watch these people die over and over.
For if one falls, another will lift up his fellow. But woe to him that is alone when he falleth, and hath not another to lift him up.
Hold on, Captain. I will beg HQ on my knees for this ship. Just you hang on. We are getting out! Out!
Maybe it's better if you don't.
Open water! We've made it! We're underway!
They look so cool when they blow up, and it keeps the city safe at the same time. There's no way to lose
God,
here.
no, please, no spinning. Kronos, please have mercy on me.
Grab my hand! Grab my hand! Come on! Come on, grab! I'm the captain of the North Wind nuclear icebreaker. Welcome. You're lucky. The ice is rather thin here. You could have easily gone under. Well, no time to lose. Let's head for the ship. We have some rough times ahead. And let us send our wonderful dogs back. Unlike us, they always find their way home.
So, everybody lives? Everybody lives! We changed history, but we were sent out to investigate the North Wind, so if the North Wind escaped, and now it's here and the captain is rescuing us, and he looks older, so I think we did good? Yeah! That is, without a doubt, the best Slav jank I've ever seen. 11 out of 10. What a ride. This wasn't Action Form's last game, but it was the last game that wasn't Carnivores related. The main people behind the studio went on to head up Tatum Games, who make mobile games. Maybe it's not as glamorous as what they were doing before, but I really do hope that they're all doing well. Wow. can't believe I went this entire episode without mentioning war. Oh,
Naughty Dog has consistently been one of the most revered developers in the video game industry. People have plenty of nostalgia for the Crash Bandicoot games on PlayStation 1, as the studio had developed the first major PlayStation mascot and advanced the technology of games like never before seen. Today, they're known for the action-packed thrills of the Uncharted series that debuted on PS3 and the emotionally gripping stories of The Last of Us games. What often goes unmentioned when discussing ND's impact on the industry is their PS2 franchise, Jak and Daxter. Today, I'm going to be addressing that by compiling all my Jak and Daxter coverage from 2022 into one easily bingeable video as I tell the story of the Jak and Daxter franchise and how it brought Naughty Dog from the days of Crash Bandicoot to Uncharted. Without further ado, let's begin. Man, it's crazy how much time flies. I mean, this game is 21 years old this year. For context, a 21-year-old game when Jak and Daxter hit the PS2 was Pac-Man in arcades. I don't know, it's just funny to me to think about how old games from the early 2000s are now, despite once being the apex of gaming. But since I'm on the subject of history, how did Jak and Daxter come to be? Well, like I said, the game was developed by Naughty Dog, who made a name for themselves in the PlayStation 1 with Crash Bandicoot, which first released in 1996. If you watched my video on Ratchet & Clank 1 last year, this story should be familiar. Crash was very successful, but this presented a problem in that Naughty Dog developed a good relationship with PlayStation, but Crash as a character was owned by Universal, so the profits on the Crash series got split 3 ways. So Naughty Dog decided that they were going to cut the middleman out and work directly with Sony on the PlayStation 2 with a new franchise, which meant saying goodbye to Crash, which I don't think was a mistake at all. They basically exhausted all they really could do with that series by Crash 3. A game full of different mini-games and power-ups to really squeeze the juice out of that particular lemon. The last Crash game they did was Crash Team Racing in 1999, and while that was in development, members of the team got to work on conceptualizing their new game for the PlayStation 2. A console that was leaps and bounds more powerful than the PS1, giving Naughty Dog the vision for what this game was going to be. Before they even had characters and a story, the one-sentence description of the new game was that it was going to be an entirely seamless, load-time-free world. In games prior to this, especially on PlayStation 1, you'd beat a level, go to a loading screen, and get hit with a menu of some kind and then pick the next stage. Even when they did have characters and a story, one of the biggest talking points with the precursor Legacy was that you could walk on foot from the starting point of the game all the way to the final boss without seeing one loading screen. The manual, like Ratchet & Clank, is a giant pamphlet where one side shows the entire map of the game and how it connects, and in-game it lines up perfectly. The other side of the manual is this cool poster of Jak riding the Zoomer alongside an ad for Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. No real reason to mention that, it's just that it's the first game in the Goated trilogy. How could I not mention it? Immersion was one of the biggest things they wanted to achieve with Jak 1, and the game not having to stop and load was one of the biggest achievements the team pulled off with this game. In the PlayStation Magazine article regarding Jak and Daxter, the writer even slipped in a dig at Crash Bandicoot: The Wrath of Cortex, the game that had recently released on the PS2 and was the first Crash platformer not developed by Naughty Dog. something made apparent with its lacking visuals and poor optimization as the game took upwards of 20 to 30 seconds to load in new stages. I'm sure Naughty Dog felt the same way as this writer though. To them, seeing their old series be more stagnant in this area only reaffirmed that they were going in a good direction with Jak. But that's all talk of what they wanted this game to feel like. What kind of game is this? Well, the basic concept is that you play as Jak, a mute character who loves adventure alongside his wisecracking friend Daxter. The two of them defy the demands of Samos the Sage and travel to Misty Island where they uncover a plot to destroy the world from two mysterious figures and their army of lurkers. Jak and Daxter walk up to a pool of dark eco, and once Daxter falls into it, he's turned into a half-otter, half-weasel called an Ottsel. And after getting chewed out by Samos, they learn that only Gol Acheron, the Sage of Dark Eco, has a chance of returning Daxter to his human form. But since none of the other sages have turned their teleporter gates on for a while, they have to travel by foot with the help of Samos' daughter, Kira, the village mechanic. Samos is the sage of green eco, eco being the source that all life comes from. Each type of eco has a different sage: green, blue, red, yellow, and dark eco. Jak has a mysterious power to channel eco in a way nobody else can. The world is a very mysterious one because of the fact that it was created by the precursors, but no one knows who they were and why they're gone, but they've left behind fascinating technological cities and machines you can see all throughout the game. And with all that set up, the player is good to go on their journey. But that merely answers what the plot is. What kind of game is this? When Naughty Dog was developing Crash for the PlayStation 1, they modeled the gameplay after what was already familiar to them. Games like Donkey Kong Country, but in a 3D space. This being the format that kept evolving as they made an entire trilogy out of it by 1998. When Crash 1 released on PS1, the N64 received Super Mario 64, the game that revolutionized how 3D platforming would feel from its analog stick movement to its mission-based item collection gameplay. This birthed the collectathon genre, where you'd search areas for collectibles that were tied to your progression. Point being, when doing their new PS2 Epic, Naughty Dog wanted to move on from the level-to-level style that Crash had perfected in the 90s and do something more like Mario 64, but not a copy. One thing they often repeated in the promotional material for the game was that they wanted to have a mix between the platforming and item collection of Super Mario 64, but mix it with the epic scale and scope of Nintendo's other N64 classic, The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. So that's what you get, an epic fantasy quest with Jak and his sarcastic sidekick Daxter as you journey across the land with platforming challenges in abundance as you scour the areas in search of precursor orbs, a collectible currency, and power cells, the main thing that Jak and Daxter need to find in order to progress to different areas. So in spirit, it's the same kind of idea as Super Mario 64, but they stress that immersion in the world is one of their goals, like I said. This manifested in the gameplay because the objectives in Jak and Daxter are all contextualized. In Mario 64, you do tasks and objectives for no real reason besides the game telling you that was your current objective. In Jak, you can look at several missions to show how they designed a more thought-out world. In the Forbidden Jungle, you have one mission that sees Jak redirecting the Eco Beam from one lens to another. Why? Well, that's because the Eco Beam is what powers Sandover Village, and the mayor thinks the Eco Beam being down will kill his re-election, so he offers Jak and Daxter a power cell if they can fix it for him. Kira has sent 7 scout flies to every area in the game, and your reward for collecting them is a power cell. But the reason you collect them is because the lurkers captured all the scout flies in hidden boxes. You lose out on this power cell because a pelican eats it from the ground, so you have to chase the pelican to get it back. You lead the lightning moles back to their burrow in the Precursor Basin because the local geologist is concerned about them. You fire at these lurkers eating these support beams in the spider cave because Gordy, a local miner, tells you it's important to keep the cave intact. You rescue this muse on Misty Island because he belongs to the sculptor in Sandover Village and he needs it for his inspiration, and your reward is, you guessed it, a power cell. Not every mission is super fun. I mean, herding the yak cows for the farmer is really dull and is right at the start of the game, and I don't like aiming yellow eco to hit targets. I've just always felt like the aiming is really finicky, but I'm just saying that the world is cohesive. The end result is always you getting a power cell like any other collectathon, but each task achieves something in the world you're playing in. The missions also have cause and effect. Like how you rescue the Flutflut from this ledge in Sentinel Beach, and then that allows you to ride the Flutflut in the boggy swamp and the snowy mountain. To even reach Misty Island, you need to help the fisherman in the Forbidden Jungle, where he gives you a power cell and permission to use his speedboat. His regular boat is broken, and this is also contextualized as a part of the game.
Did you see the size of the bite that lurker shark took out of the fisherman's boat? We best stay way clear of them.
Naturally, there are boundaries in the world, but instead of having the player run into an invisible wall, if you swim out too far, you'll have to hear this sound. Which means that the lurker shark will eat you if you don't turn back fast enough. You get eaten by a shark for swimming too far out of bounds. I just think that that's clever. Of course, none of this would be nearly as effective without fun gameplay, and Jak and Daxter more than delivers on that. Jak is just one of those video game characters who's fundamentally enjoyable to control. His moveset's pretty simple. You run with the analog stick, jump with the X button, and pressing it again will double jump, square is a punch attack, square followed by X is an uppercut, circle's a spin attack, triangle goes into first person mode, which is contextualized on Jack's character design, by the way. The first person viewing mode is why Jack wears goggles. Figured I'd mention that. At a standstill, L1 allows Jack to crouch, and jumping in this state does a high jump, and on the move you roll and roll jump. In addition to that, Jack has the power to channel different types of eco. Blue eco making you move faster and allowing you to operate precursor technology, green eco replenishing your health if you collect 50 small ones or one big one, red eco making your attacks far more powerful, killing everything in the surrounding area in one hit, and yellow eco allowing Jack to shoot fireballs from his hand. Just don't fall into dark eco, that's an instant game over. What I've always loved about Jack's moveset is how seamlessly you can transition between these things.
We've created kind of a unique system for blending different animations to create smooths between what would be two totally separate animations in most other games. I'll give you an example of this. If you're running along, you may be halfway in speed between a walk and a run. Well, what our game will do is it will take the walk animation, it'll take the run animation, and it'll evenly blend between them to create a new frame that represents where your feet would be if you're running at that speed.
His run can go right into a kick, and there's no pop or click, and it just is seamlessly smooth.
For example, you can uppercut into the air and then rapidly do a dive attack, and from there you can do a spin attack if you need to, or just keep diving back up and down. It feels great to use the roll as an attack by just barreling into the enemies and killing them in one hit. I also love using the high jump you get when jumping immediately out of the roll jump. It's super satisfying and it makes you feel like a gaming guru when you pull it off and make it look effortless. Jack is just very mobile and that's fun to mess around with. Like in the first boss against this plant enemy. After you kill his minions, he shows you his weak spot that you're supposed to climb the pedals in order to hit. But if you have good timing, you can just uppercut right into the weak spot and damage him that way. Side note, I love how throughout the Forbidden Jungle you see these vines attack you from the ground, but once you kill this plant boss, those vines from before are all dead. Just some more world building. As I was saying, this is a moveset where things feel useful as attacks and as platforming options. I just said the roll, which is meant to pick up your speed, can be used as an attack. But the spin is another example where its primary function is to hurt enemies, but in the air you can use it to get some extra air time and to break your fall from large heights. The combat is just so satisfying in this game because of how smooth it feels to execute these different commands, and when you hit an enemy, you feel it with the sound design. This game just looks and sounds great. I just brought up the sounds from attacking enemies, but then the music also amplifies the atmosphere. Josh Mansell returned from the Crash Bandicoot games to deliver the score for the Precursor Legacy. A soundtrack with equal parts tranquil atmosphere, foreboding atmosphere, whimsy, mystery, frantic action, and climactic action whenever appropriate. The visuals are also stunning for 2001 standards, as the game renders all these different environments and have a variety of different enemies and high-quality textures with no visible loading screens. The game also sports an organic day-to-night transition with two different morning skyboxes for variety's sake, one with more bright yellow lighting and another with a green tint to capture the atmosphere of more subdued mornings. The graphics are great for their time, but what has not aged a day would be the animation. I think at the time of this game's release, the animation was simply unrivaled. In the gameplay, it's top-notch, exaggerating the character's movements with squash and stretch to make the gameplay more satisfying, like how Jack's arm extends when punching, or how when kicking or uppercutting, Daxter will go flying off of Jack's body, but his arms will cartoonishly stretch as he pulls himself back to you.
We're looking for impact that couldn't possibly be achieved through conventional means like motion capture. We want to see the character jump and stretch to twice his height, or if he's punching, we want to see that fist be twice as big as it normally is.
When running in low water, Jack would be slowed down and move like a human would in that situation. When you're swimming, you can see Daxter shivering from the water. When you're rolling, you can see Jack's hair go in the motion of the flip. This game is jam-packed with details in its animations. The greatest example being the various Power Cell grab animations, an iconic element of the series as they have a variety of different poses and moves from Daxter whenever you get one. They had several members of the dev team just working on the cinematics alone, some talent even coming from outside the video game industry like Disney and Nickelodeon to help perfect the animation. Despite the models looking blocky by today's standards, I can't help but be really impressed just how much detail there is in the character's moves in every scene, like how Daxter's laughing at Samos for falling through the warp gate in the Red Sage's lab. Or just the way Daxter moves in most of the scenes would serve as a good example. The facial expressions also convey a wide range of emotions alongside the movements of the characters. This scene prior to the Claw boss fight serves as a good example.
Wait! I'll stay here and protect Kira. Jack, I think you're ready to handle that monster without me.
Oh, really heroic of you.
The only issue I could bring up with the cutscenes is just that they're unskippable. When you get into the game, this doesn't present a huge issue as there aren't that many cutscenes from start to finish, but the game opens on a lengthy scene of Jak and Daxter going to Misty Island and getting chewed out by Samos afterwards. The scene at the start of Volcanic Crater also goes on for a few minutes. This had to have been intentional, since you could skip the cutscenes in the Crash games, so my only conclusion is that they thought that being able to skip the cutscenes would break the total immersion they were going for, or they just thought that the animation work they did was so great that players had to see them. It also could have been both of those things. The logic isn't faulty, the animation work is fantastic, but if you've played the game as many times as I have over the years, it does weigh on you a bit when getting back into it, knowing that the cutscene with Jack's uncle or the sculptor cannot be skipped when trying to go for 100% completion. I note this because I think the Precursor Legacy offers a lot in terms of replayability. For one thing, I love how each mission in the game has a reason to exist, like I said before, so each mission has a quest giver you can contact. However, you almost never have to talk to quest givers in order to do missions. For example, Kira tells Jak and Daxter that they could explore the temple in the Forbidden Jungle in order to activate the Blue Eco vents, but you don't actually have to activate this cutscene in order for the mission to be done. If you know what you're doing, you can just rescue the Muse from Misty Island, the Flut from the ledge, reroute the Eco Beams, release the Blimp from the Boggy Swamp, and destroy the Eco Crystals in the Spider Caves entirely without being told to do so, which cuts down on the amount of cutscenes you have to watch in a second playthrough. I literally did not know that the Support Beams mission in the Spider Cave was a quest you got from the miners until this playthrough. I just go to them for their 4 power cells. Nor did I remember that the Poison Plants mission in the Precursor Basin and the revisit to Misty Island were directives from Samos, but I don't have to remember that because the game doesn't require it. The only exceptions to this rule both come in the Precursor Basin, where you need to talk to this gambler in order to activate the racetrack you need to beat the best time on, and to rescue the lightning moles you'd have to talk to the geologist first. Jak also encourages replayability through my favorite subject, stage routing. When you start the game, you have the choice between going to the Forbidden Jungle or Sentinel Beach. The game encourages you to visit Sentinel Beach first, it being the simplest and easiest level in the entire game. But the catch is that to get on top of the tower with the cannon, you need the Blue Eco vent to be open, which can only be done in the Forbidden Jungle. So to cut down on backtracking, I actually play Forbidden Jungle first, then Sentinel Beach. A similar moment happens later in the game when you can go to either Snowy Mountain or the Spider Cave. But to go to Snowy Mountain, you have to ride this gondola, which you can only ride on after letting Kira and Samos into the lab, which is easy enough, but then you need to collect 2 more power cells. So therefore, you'd naturally go to Spider Cave first. But getting all the Precursor Orbs in the final room of the Spider Cave requires the yellow Eco vent to be open, which can be done at Snowy Mountain, which is where I go first between these two. Gordy and Willard in this cave sell you 4 power cells, which covers the 2 power cells required to get on the gondola. The only backtrack you have to do in the game is the Mountain Pass, the transition stage between Rock Village and Volcanic Crater. One of the power cells here is locked behind a rock wall that requires yellow Eco to bust. But this is before you have access to Snowy Mountain to open the Eco vent. So once you do it, you hop back on the zoomer and go backwards until you reach this point to open the path and get the power cell. But this is pretty minor at the end of the day. On my first run for the video, in fact, I almost forgot to do it. That would have been embarrassing, to reach the end of the final level and see I only had 100 power cells instead of 101. But on the note of the collectibles tally, that's another very addicting element of this game. Pausing the game shows you how you're doing with the various collectibles, with each collectible having its own tally. Whenever I think I'm done with a stage, I hit the pause screen and see all the power cells lit up, and that just activates the reward center, you know? That feeling of completion and getting closer and closer to your goals. I also love how each level has a set amount of Precursor Orbs, and when you collect them all, you get this notification that you have done so, which also activates the same reward system I just mentioned. When doing a 100% run, one of the most satisfying moments is in the final level, where you walk towards the last power cell with the final few orbs on the way there, knowing you're about to reach that perfect 2,000 out of 2,000 on the Precursor Orb tally, right before grabbing the 101st power cell. This game is just an epic quest, like the developers set out to make. Every time I revisit the Precursor Legacy, I'm just taken aback by how addicting the gameplay loop is, how fun the controls are, how massive the scale is, and how you fully explore all these different areas, like a forest, a forgotten temple, a dark and mysterious island, a swamp, an ancient underwater city, a mountain, a cave, and many more in just a few hours' time. It's epic. Something you feel for the final time as you reach the final level, Gol and Maya's Citadel. Throughout the game, you can see that the Lurkers are up to something big, but it's impossible for the players to know what it is. All you can do is stop them in their tracks, like on Misty Island. Samos gives Jak and Daxter credit for stopping the Lurkers from opening a silo of Dark Eco that no doubt would have been used for a nefarious purpose. Similarly, in the Boggy Swamp, the Lurkers are using a giant ship with a balloon on top to lift a Precursor robot out of the swamp, which you stop them from doing. Samos, again, says that this is a huge victory, although he doesn't know what they'd want a precursor robot for. It all comes together when you reach Volcanic Crater and learn that the Sages are gone because they've been captured by the villains we saw in the opening cutscene. This is Gol Acheron, the Sage of Dark Eco, and his sister, Maya. Needless to say, they don't plan on turning Daxter back into a human. The two have been so corrupted by Dark Eco that they now plan on harnessing enough of it to reshape the world completely. To achieve this, they plan to open the Silos, the most vast source of Dark Eco in the world, but they need the power of a precursor robot to do that. When you reach this level, you find out that Samos has been captured by them as well, so it's up to Jak and Daxter to get through Gol and Maya's Citadel to rescue each of the Sages so they can help you get to the final boss arena. Gol and Maya's Citadel is a pretty interesting level, because of the fact that the aesthetic is like the precursor levels we've played previously in the game, but on top of that is a layer of chaotic junk modded onto the area like circuit boards and wires. I just think it makes for an interesting visual mix. Despite stopping them from getting their robot in the swamp, they do still have one working that they've modded with their various scraps and intend to use that one to open the silos, setting the stage for the final boss. This is the culmination of my point that this is an epic adventure. When you get to the top of the elevator that takes you to the silos, you can see in the distance all the places you've been to get to this point, like the Snowy Mountain, and even seeing Geyser Rock and Misty Island out in the distance, just like the artwork promised and the devs claimed repeatedly in the pre-release. You did travel seamlessly from one side of this game world to the other, and now you just have to destroy this robot, making use of yellow and blue eco, powers you've been using throughout the game. And to cap it off, the Sages combine their respective eco powers to combat the now open Dark Eco silos, and this creates a type of eco only rumored to exist before, Light Eco, which Jak uses to lay the final blow on the robot, sealing Gol and Maya inside the Dark Eco silos, saving the day. Ending the game as well.
Well, it looks like I may have been too hard on you boys. You do have what it takes to be heroes.
Another thing that hits me whenever I replay this game is that a criticism I often see people levy against Jak and Daxter is that it's mechanically fine-tuned to near perfection, but the game doesn't have much personality. And you know what? I really think that's just not true. The reason people say it is because this game is one with a silent protagonist and a more simple story compared to, say, Ratchet & Clank, which released the year after this, which had a more developing story throughout the game, and a more contentious relationship between its two lead characters. And Sly Cooper also dropped in 2002, and I shouldn't even bring that game up. I mean, how does any game compare to the Goated trilogy and come out unscathed? My point is that I see where the criticism comes from, but I personally think it's overstated and is also not true. The writing and characters of Jak 1 are more memorable than people give it credit for. When just looking at the story, I think it's an entertaining plot that's well told. You don't know who the mysterious villains are at the beginning, but they're clearly up to something throughout the whole game on your quest to find Gol to help Daxter get back to normal, but him being the villain connects the dots in your mind, setting up for the climax where Daxter, albeit reluctantly, decides to not use Light Eco to turn himself back to normal because using it to stop the robot is more important. It's not much, but I think what they did is good. And also, when getting into the memorability argument, it's really subjective, simply because my counter-argument is that I remember it quite well. The driving force of the cutscenes is Daxter, and the way he interacts with the various characters is unforgettable, if you ask me. Like,
Yeah.
She might be able to tell us something about what the Cabal here are doing.
You are pressing further into the Shadow Legion's territory, I see.
It's not like other Cabal ships we've been inside.
It wouldn't be. Callus has abandoned much of what made us Cabal. Still, there may be worthwhile intelligence.
Yo, Soprano. We got hacked. I got hacked. He removed himself from everything. Discord's gone. Here's a new one. I haven't really invited anyone to it yet. Well, my account on the Discord, if he leaves every Discord, then join.
But have forgotten why it began.
Fighting just to fight.
Perhaps fighting only because the fight is forbidden.
The Discord's gone too. Discord still haven't got back to me. They're useless. I gave them more than enough what they needed the first day. They still haven't got back to me. Yeah. I don't really care about it's more of a loss of contacts I care about than the Discord can be rebuilt, join. It's just that a lot of people that were in it, I won't be able to get back, join. Oh. Is he gonna have an invulnerability phase? Let's see. Or use my ultimate. I want to make sure it's worth it. The new abilities. Oh no, I haven't got the Discord account back yet. Where's that guy go? Oh. Where's he going? Give me a ball. What do you mean, what's your kind of stuff back? Or just my Discord? I still haven't got that back. Yeet. Now my Steam can get hacked. God, if Steam account got hacked, that'd be fucking horrible. That'd be fucking painful. That would have hit bigger than Discord. It was kind of annoying because like 2 days before I got hacked by a different person. Like my Epic Games account got hacked. I got back within like half an hour, but like 2 separate different people. One was from China, one was from Turkey. I could have been the same guy, but I don't think it was. It was just a bad week, Johnny. I know that one, the Epic one. None of it was to do with firewall at all. What are you talking about? It's so time I've fallen for anything. It was like that other one, you know, the one it's like once you test the game. I got a message from a friend asking to test the game out. And I was like, fuck it, why not? It's the only time I've ever fallen for anything I got there. Good thing you didn't get anything like, but well, you got my Discord, but I don't really care about that as much. Like, if he got my email properly and if he had like access to my bank accounts and all, that'd be fucking horrible.
Since the traveler's battle.
Where the fuck does he go? Hold on.
There's this empty spot inside me.
Look at the final data packet in Maya's retreat.
I'd do anything to distract myself from it.
You played any Destiny stuff? I don't know if you've been playing Destiny, do you? This is the new expansion. I finished the expansion day 1. I'm just doing like all the extra stuff. Well, I still have to start the seasonal story stuff. I haven't touched it yet. I'm just exploring the new planet and all right now. Oh, is this a Legend Lost sector? Oh, am I high enough to do this? It recommends 1830. That's pretty high. Like I'm like oh yeah, I don't have any mods on this. They actually updated shit, which it's a lot of stuff's nicer to use now. May as well max this out because I'll be using it anyway. I could do the. What are you trying to get? I'll give Legend to go. What they need? Barrier Unstoppable. I have that. I've Overload, Unstoppable, and a Scout Rifle and Sidearm. Barrier, I don't have to. I guess it takes the word Barrier. I think Scout Rifles. Yeah, apparently it's okay, but like, apparently from what I've seen, it's okay. I watched a video on it not too long ago. A guy did all the content in it. If you want to watch something before you get it, 100% of the game. Austin, yeah. It seemed okay, but
Batman video games
I'll probably try
have
the
such
new
a
one.
weird history.
But the new one, like the actual one, like the new one coming, you kill the Justice League. It's actually a live service game. So it's gonna be like Marvel, like the Marvel one they made.
No matter the generation of
But it's hopefully it's good.
consoles, the
I doubt it will
publisher
be,
or
but I
developer,
might pick it
you
up.
could be sitting there stalking the night as the Bat. As we all know, licensed titles are always a mixed bag, but the Caped Crusader seems to have it harder than most. You could be playing a classic NES platformer 1 second.
But yeah, if you like the Arkham series, that's not part of it. The Kill the Justice League one will be though. It's part of the same universe.
Hey guys, you're here for a crazy glitch. You can complete the first encounter of Duality in 15 seconds while solo. It doesn't take too long to get here from Fresh, and the rewards are great. You can get Defiant Keys and engrams from this, as well as loot. I don't know how fast Bungie can fix it, but you can do this once on each character for loot. Multiple times when it's the weekly rotating dungeon, and for Artifice Armor too. All you need to do is stand on the edge of the map right here. Let the boss lunge at you and fall off. Survive and you win. Grapple makes it easy to survive the hit, but I'm sure there are other ways. Great for a solo flawless dungeon cheese. Special thanks to JD PogChamp for this.
Cheese forever, Guardian.
Is that a new Dead Space game yet? I'm playing through a lot of the Yakuza games recently. I finished Ishin the other day. It's good. If you want a game to trade for, get like a Dragon Ishin. It's really good. I'll save that lost sector for now. What's it given anyway? Ahmed? Okay, we'll come back to it. Apparently the chest I need is like around here somewhere. Try to get the catalyst for this gun. I should be close to getting it. Like once you get the catalyst, it's like you kill a certain amount of enemies. Where is this? In here, apparently. Ah, okay. Alright. I get the hand cannon from that.
Maybe for 2 power cells. I doubt that's one of your vital organs. Walk it off, tough guy.
The NPC
Ready to take on some baddies? Coming right up.
Cs that bounce off of Daxter's energy are also memorable to me. Like when the warrior says,
So full of valor, armor shining in the sun, I climbed the hill to take him on. But he pounded me like one tenderizes a Yakao steak.
Have you tried attacking him with your melodrama? Cause it's killing me.
most of the cutscenes are Daxter roasting the NPCs you meet, but my favorite cutscenes are with Daxter trading insults with Samos, who's my favorite character in the series, especially in this game where he's one of the few characters who just doesn't take anything from Daxter.
The two of you went mucking around in the only place that I told you not to go.
Misty Island.
That's right. And then
And Daxter, you finally took a much-needed bath, but in a bathtub filled with dark eco.
Look, old man, are you gonna keep yapping, or are you gonna help me out of this mess?
I'm gonna keep yapping, because in my professional opinion, the change is an improvement.
But he also genuinely comes to respect the duo's efforts as the game goes on, despite laughing at the idea of them being heroes at the start of the game. The dialogue is burned into my brain for almost every cutscene, so I can't agree that this game lacks personality. I think it's exploding with it, just not as much as Ratchet and Clank. People tend to hypothesize that the lacking personality was one of the biggest things Jak and Daxter had going against it upon release, but I don't think that tells the whole story. Looking back at the development of Jak and Daxter, it's like this game was lab engineered to be as popular as possible. When Naughty Dog designed the character of Crash, it clearly took inspiration from the Looney Tunes, very Western in style. However, Crash's design was changed in Japan to make him suitable for the market. Naughty Dog didn't want that to happen to Jak, so his design wasn't just their product. Sony of America, Sony of Europe, and Sony of Japan were all involved in giving feedback to the designs of Jak and Daxter, therefore designing characters that would be universally appealing all over the world. They got what they wanted since test audiences in Japan felt Jak had Western influences, just going off of his build, but in the West, audiences felt he had anime influences with his hair and his ears. A mix of different art styles that made Jak feel at home in every region was the goal. They even said in the PlayStation Magazine that if Jak doesn't reach the same audience as Crash, it wouldn't be for a lack of trying. And that's the thing. Jak and Daxter came out to raving reviews and sold very well. However, it did not sell as well as Crash, and the Jak sequels would suffer the effects of diminishing returns from the Crash sequels. As I said, people have cited Jak's character and the game's story as why this is, but I don't. His character is appealing in all regions. The game's story is charming. No, what happened was something Naughty Dog could not have possibly prepared for. 2001 was a big year for the PS2, with Jak and Daxter being the console's obligatory family game. But 2001 was a year that showed you really don't need a family game as the face of your console.
Show shit.
Jak 1 is a
There's no point even going on
that
other than
based
nothing.
upon the ideals of most 90s platformers. But the market had changed. We can go more in depth on this when covering Jak 2 next week, but let me put it like this. In the holiday season of 2001,
got
the
the Catalyst.
PS2 got iconic games like, yes, Jak and Daxter,
Finally.
but also Final Fantasy X, Silent Hill 2, and Devil May Cry, the first and the most based action franchise of all time, as well as that Gear game people seem to like, and most importantly, Grand Theft Auto 3. This game more or less changed the video game industry overnight. From a design standpoint, this game had taken the open world feel from the first two GTA games on PS1, but evolved it into being full 3D, adding an extra layer of immersion. I'm not going to say this
He
game
just makes it
invented
go a
the
lot better.
sandbox genre, but needless to say, if you play any game today, or really any game in the last 20 years that involved you running around a large open world with tasks and objectives marked on a mini-map or with waypoints, that game was influenced by Grand Theft Auto 3 in some way. But more importantly, GTA 3 changed the video game industry in a cultural sense. This game generated a large source of controversy
Oh, it
back when
suspends
it
them
was
now?
released in 2001. Playing as an escaped convict doing various amounts of criminal
That's really
activity
handy.
sparked a discussion about what was acceptable in video games. This debate ranged from video game websites rating it the most offensive game of 2001 to full-on news stations discussing the violent and sexual material depicted within the game. Now, the game was rated M, meaning players 17 and up could play it, but the discussion was more about if explicitly playing as the bad guy doing bad things like carjacking and beating innocent people up with a baseball bat and outrunning the law, alongside other things I won't mention to keep this video advertiser friendly, was something that even should be in a mainstream video game. Obviously, video games had controversies before GTA 3. I mean, the ESRB rating system was created in the 90s as a result of increasingly violent games, even if those had more limited graphics compared to what GTA 3 and now games of today had in them. But this one was different. Despite all the controversy caused by Grand Theft Auto 3, it clearly didn't make a change because the PS2 alone got 2 more GTA games, and then the series continued on to GTA 4 and GTA 5, which they then ported endlessly for the next 9 years. But why? Well, GTA 3 was the highest selling game of 2001. First, controversy sells, this much is a fact. The game getting so much media attention only put more spotlight onto it and made more people curious to try it. But more importantly, GTA 3 came out in the early 2000s, which I think is fundamentally the largest demographic shift the gaming industry has ever seen, and then I'd argue will ever see. Now, really strap in, because it may seem like this has nothing to do with Jack, but bear with me, I'm going somewhere with this. Just by looking at the context of the early 2000s in gaming, you'll see why this demographic shift happened and how it was more or less inevitable. In the 80s and into the 90s, video games were largely considered a children's thing. It still is today, however, seeing a video game console in a home that does not contain children is pretty normal. This is just a mainstream thing for people of all ages and demographics nowadays. More mature games existed in the 90s, like boomer shooters, Mortal Kombat, and a plethora of rated M PS1 games, but like I said, I think it's fair to say that back in the 80s and 90s, games were more or less considered a children's hobby. That's the audience they were appealing to, after all. But the generation that grew up on the first Nintendo largely didn't stop playing games into their older years. If you were 5 years old when Super Mario Bros. Came out in 1985, then by the release of the PlayStation 2 in 2000, you'd be 20 years old. Maybe during the PS1 era, this demographic thought games like Mario and Crash were cool, but also got enjoyment out of the mature games that were making the rounds as well. But by the release of GTA 3 in 2001, this age group was well into their 20s. These were full adults still playing the newest video games with their own money. A new, large portion of the audience. So as a result, in the early 2000s...
Hang on. Did it just say Scions? Maybe it is on the Shadow Legion side.
I'll make sure you do.
Or maybe not.
What does today? Look at the headshot one again. This is.
Bud! We're buds now, right? Right? It's good to see you, genuinely. You're great company and a great problem solver. My arcade buddies were real impressed when I told them about how good your aim is. Think you can pull it off again? There's plenty of targets.
Oh, level you guys? Feel stronger than usual. It's because I fast what did the first pit.
The Quakemakers changed hands again.
Most people stay in the place are fine. At least on the plus side, I've got another troll done. Yeah. All the bodies.
last couple of days? You haven't seen any of that, have you? Well, maybe it's better if you don't. Straight to business today. Nothing too fancy. We just need to reduce the number of quote-unquote hostile combatants within city limits. In other words, pick a corner, start blasting.
Two more of these, that should be good. Sorry.
The mature games just became the biggest and most popular ones. See GTA 3, MGS2, Halo 1, and the list goes on. Games like Metal Gear Solid 2 demonstrated that game players were willing and interested in more complex plotlines. And I should note, I always throw digs at the Metal Gear series, but old fans of mine should know that I'm only 75% kidding when I say I don't like MGS like I used to. Games like Devil May Cry show that the main character can have a little more personality without being straight up annoying. And games like Halo Combat Evolved on Microsoft's Xbox really went to show that the face of a console didn't have to be a colorful mascot platformer. But then you might be wondering, what's the problem here? Can't both audiences coexist? Well, they could, and they definitely did, but GTA 3 type games being the most popular game for adults affected all audiences. That's how we circle back to Jak and Daxter. Jak and Daxter was a success. It broke new ground on animation and world design, got great reviews, and sold well. But it did not reach the audience of Crash simply because the time of its release was the time the industry was changed forever. And that's that. But when looking at what Naughty Dog did, they made a great game regardless of all that context. I think this game is a true masterpiece because of its rewarding gameplay and satisfying feel. It's a game I can always come back to and know I'll have a good time with, and that's gotta be worth something. The game will always be well made and fun, regardless of whether or not it tops the charts like its contemporaries may have. Which still, like I said, it's not even like it didn't succeed. It's a landmark game in the early PS2 days. I'm just saying that in terms of popularity, it was just the right game at the wrong time. On an episode of Dev Plays, where Tim Schafer played video games alongside one of the lead designers on that particular game, Jason Rubin explained this change in the audience better than I ever could, so I'll let him say it.
We had already started working on Jak 2, and I remember doing a focus group and two 8-year-olds were in this focus group, and I was like, so what do you think? And they acted like 16-year-olds, like 8-year-olds. Well, the graphics are good, and we really like the gameplay, we like what you're doing, and the expansion of the universe. Really, this would be a fantastic game for our little brothers. And you're like, you're 8. What are you playing, Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah.
And it just changed everything.
So yeah, Naughty Dog, seeing that the kinds of games they had made were just falling out of style, wasn't sure if continuing Jak and Daxter was really something worth doing. So they came to an agreement with Sony that there was still a lot more you could do with Jak and Daxter that hadn't been done, so they radically transformed the identity of Jak and Daxter into something much different. This is where the divisive elements of the game come in. Some feel like the Jak sequels are a transparent attempt to desperately grab the mainstream audience, shining a light on how the Precursor Legacy was basically doing the same thing, just with a different audience. I don't see it that way because, like I said at the beginning, Jak 2 is one of my favorite games. And today we're going to be exploring all the things that Jak 2 does to evolve this series and the gaming industry in positive ways, and then also gush over why I enjoy it as much as I do. So strap in. This might be a slightly longer video than usual, but I think it's worth it, because we're talking about Jak 2.
For every age, there is a time for triumph. The rocks faced such a fire before they were the strength beneath our feet. The plants rained vast winds before their roots soared to us life. As a sage of considerable years, I have known only one such a way. That the hero was a champion all the time.
Had to let that full sequence play out. I've always felt like the opening monologue from Samos really got me in gear for an epic story, much more than the opening monologue from Jak 1. Jak 2 places much more emphasis on story than the previous game. The first game had a little over half an hour's worth of cinematics, but Jak 2 has over 90 minutes of cutscenes, telling a much more in-depth story than the first game. Jason Rubin said this when promoting Jak 1, that the gamers want more. For the same exact price, but they want more. So it was time for Naughty Dog, as a studio, to take the plot more seriously. So what are we dealing with here? Well, if you got 100 power cells in Jak 1, then you see Jak, Daxter, Kira, and Samos react to opening this giant door that flashed white. If you look at fully completing games as a method of obtaining a cool reward, this is pretty lame, but in my case, I like to complete that game because I find it rewarding intrinsically. But this ending did serve to set up a sequel, and here we are. The group has taken what was inside of the door and somehow lugged it all the way back to Samos' hut. What they found was a giant precursor ring and a Rift Rider to travel through it. In order to activate it, Jak has to use his special powers to make it work, which caused the Rift Gate to open as monsters tear through alongside their leader. The group manages to escape by going through the rift, but Jak and Daxter get separated from Kira and Samos, landing in a place completely different from what they're used to. A whole city walled off from the rest of the world called Haven City, patrolled by the Crimson Guard, who seemingly knew Jak was going to be here and captured him as Daxter makes a getaway. 2 years later, we see that Jak has been held as a prisoner of Baron Praxis, the dictator ruling Haven City. Praxis and his right-hand man, Errol, have been performing torturous Dark Eco experiments on Jak as a part of their Dark Warrior program. This allows Jak to tap into the Dark Eco in his body to transform into a destructive monster called Dark Jak. This also taking away Jak's previous Eco powers. The point of the experiment is to give them an edge in their war against the Metalheads that threaten to destroy the city, the same monsters that came through the rift at the beginning. After 2 years of this, Praxis rules the Dark Warrior program as a failure and says to kill Jak later since they aren't getting the results they want. But Daxter miraculously comes to the rescue as we get this moment here that changes the dynamic of the series and sets the stage for Jak 2.
I've been looking for you for 2 years! Say something! Just this once!
I'm gonna kill Praxis!
Yeah, Jak can now fully speak. This was a tricky one for the team because, like I said in the last video, Jak was a mute character. He never spoke one word of dialogue throughout the entire game, and that's because they just thought a character with his own personality would distract from the immersion of the game. The other games at the time had characters with their own personalities that weren't annoying or just terribly voice acted, so it was time for a change. Jak now speaks in most of the cutscenes. They tried to make it as smooth of a transition as possible. In an earlier version of the story that you can read from the Jak 2 Design Bible, the original intention was to just have Jak start talking from the very beginning of the game, even though it takes place right after the first game's ending. That would have been jarring to the audience, so I'm glad they changed it to where, at the start of Jak 2, Jak is exactly who he was in the first game. But 2 years of Dark Eco experiments later, Jak is pissed and ready for action, as Daxter remarks a few times in the early scenes that it's weird for Jak to now talk. But that's just to say to the audience, yeah, Jak talks now, you gotta just go along with it. I think the change was for the better. Jak 1 had funny moments as a result of Daxter being the one who could talk.
I'm Daxter. Who's Jak? He's with me.
Good job, Daxter.
But Jak 2 gives the duo back and forth throughout the game, and I find that much more entertaining.
Got it.
Where would you be without me, eh, Dax?
Well, Jack, I probably wouldn't be 2 feet tall, fuzzy, and running around in a sewer without a pair of pants. God, I miss pants.
Special shout out to Mike Irwin, who brought the character of Jack to life. I can't put it any better than Naughty Dog did in the behind the scenes video. You look at the art of Jack in this game and you hear the voice Mike does, and it's like, yeah, that's Jack.
So, who or what do we have to shake down, knock out, or blow up?
All in all, I think the game made the transition between Jack's old personality and his new one as gracefully as they could, but then they just move on once it's established. Back to the story. Jack and Daxter escape Praxis' prison and meet an old man named Core outside who's protecting a child who is apparently important. Core tells Jack and Daxter that there's a rebellion being waged against Baron Praxis called the Underground that he helps out, and that they should join. The Underground is led by someone called the Shadow, but when they join, they only deal with Torn until they prove themselves worthy of meeting the Shadow. So that's the big picture for the first act of the game. Jack and Daxter proving themselves to the Underground and meeting various people who live in Haven City, navigating characters with different motivations and tasks that they want you to do as you work your way up the ranks of the Underground, hoping to meet the Shadow and get revenge on Baron Praxis for what he's done to Jack, setting up the journey. Now, with all this talk of what's changed regarding Jak 2 coming off the first game, that naturally leads one to wonder how different the actual game is. The answer is, when playing as Jak, nothing is different. Jak's entire moveset from the Precursor Legacy is still in Jak 2.
Any updates? I got Osiris to help with the decoding, and to tell you the truth, he's getting on my nerves. Keeps asking how I'm doing, giving me these weird looks like I don't even know what.
His punch, spin, uppercut, dive, roll jump, all that. Everything that made Jak fun to play in the first game is still present in Jak 2, and they gave every action a really satisfying sound effect too, something I noticed when doing all of Jak's moves in rapid succession. Not a big deal, I'm just saying. Genuinely, the only change that I can think of is when jumping out of a dive, Jak will do this spin in the air instead of just jumping back into the air like he did in Jak 1, which is a quality improvement in terms of making every animation seamless. But yeah, despite the game trying to age the series up a bit, the game is still built off the back of things that made Jak 1's animation work, like squash and stretch in your attacks and Daxter's responses to your movements, and those things still work just as well in Jak 2. Jak 1 made advancing the technology in games to another level one of its core elements, and Jak 2 keeps that going. Jak 1 had an option for a cropped 16:9 display, something other 2001 PS2 titles weren't doing, so that game was ahead of the curve on that. But Jak 2 adds to the graphical options by including a toggle for progressive scan, or a 480p resolution. Games running at 480p was a little more common on Nintendo's GameCube and Microsoft's Xbox, but on the PlayStation 2, a vast majority of games were running at 480i, which sees the image on screen flickering due to the way displays draw every frame in 480i, for technical reasons I don't care to explain. Point is, running at 480p produces a cleaner and more defined look that also puts Jak 2 on the small list of games for the PlayStation 2 that did have 480p support. The most impressive technical achievement in Jak 2 is the way the cutscenes are presented, though. This was the first game where Naughty Dog utilized cutscene models. In the gameplay, the models are pretty much the same quality as what you saw in Jak 1. But Jak 1 used those gameplay character models in its cutscenes, where you could see how the models are dated today since you have to look at them up close. Jak 2 uses lower poly models for gameplay, but then made more detailed models for the cutscenes, where you'd be admiring the details of the characters much more. A character model from the Precursor Legacy had about 3,000 polygons, but these cutscene models in Jak 2 will have close to 15,000, giving the characters more detail, like in Daxter's fur, Jak's hair, the clothes in the various characters. They just look fantastic, and then in motion it's even better. Jak 2, even with its significantly higher cutscene count, still put great effort into the animation with fast movement, lots of detail and movements on the screen at once from the various characters, and expressive facial animation. With all these improvements over the first game, I figured I'd also mention that when playing on PS2, there are some technical issues compared to the first one. Jak 1 ran at a perfect 60 frames per second, and when a lot of action's going on in Jak 2, the frame rate will dip to a degree where you would notice, even if it's not game-breaking. I also found pop-in very noticeable during my playthrough, where I'd get close to enemies and just see details appear on their models the closer I got. I also saw cases of visible culling of geometry, which I don't think you ever did in Jak 1, or even Naughty Dog's Crash games on PS1. Much more distracting would be how frequent screen tearing is in this game.
Okay, Nimbus, the last packet is on its... Wait, what's this pattern? Is this part of Rohan's notes?
What's it look like?
An hourglass.
And the note everyone's mostly talked about a garden, so not sure I get the connection. Not yet, anyway. Let's regroup. We'll have the last packet decoded by the time you get here.
It's hard to spot when things are going really fast, however you might notice, in cutscenes especially, that things might seem jittery, and that's because of screen tearing. If you take any cutscene and look at it frame by frame, you'll notice what I'm saying. A line will just appear on the screen, especially when changing angles from one shot to another. But this also does happen in gameplay. In addition to that, I think the game's way of having no load screens is a little less impressive than Jak 1 when playing it, since in that game you could walk from Samos' hut to Golem Maya's citadel without having to wait. In Jak 2, you don't stop and see a screen that says, "Now loading," but the game definitely has loading zones like these passageways between areas that have these big gears on them. The door opens when the game is done loading. Jak 1 used cutscenes for loading like the ride to Misty Island from Sandover Village. I just think that overall Jak 1 disguised loading better than Jak 2, where you'll see a cutscene of you flying away and then cut to black for a few seconds before reaching the next area. As I'm sure you all know by now, I prefer playing my PS2 games on an actual PS2, but after years of having played this game on the 2012 HD collection and then going back to the PS2 release, you see that the loading in these rooms is much faster on PS3 than on PS2, as you'd expect. But then when playing on an original disc, it just makes the loading more apparent to me. Speaking of the HD collection though, that is how most people will experience this game these days, and all these issues from frame drops to screen tearing are not present there. It's only like that on PS2. While it sounds like I'm being negative towards Jak 2's visual presentation, I'm not. I'm just making sure that in the interest of balance that I point out the ways the game pushed the graphics forward, but also how it had new obstacles to performance as a result. I said these were technical inferiorities to Jak 1, but that just depends on your point of view. Technically, Jak 1 had a perfect frame rate and didn't see nearly as much pop-in or screen tearing, but that's not because Jak 2 is inferior technologically to Jak 1, that's because Jak 2 was pushing the limits of the PlayStation 2 hardware much more than the last game. More enemies on screen, more NPCs, a larger world. So yeah, maintaining these things without loading screens and doing that while targeting 60 FPS and including these high poly cutscene character models is going to be a lot tougher on the hardware than Jak 1, which didn't do any of that. But then when you level the playing field between the two on something like the PS3 HD collection, it's pretty obvious that Jak 2 is much more technologically advanced than its predecessor. And what I'm realizing is that we haven't even gotten into the meat of the game yet, and this video is already 2/3 the length of the Jak 1 video. What can I say? Being a big YouTuber sure does make you nitpicky. So having said that, once you're in the world of Jak 2, what do? Well, Haven City is where you're stuck for the entire game, and the city's divided into a couple of areas, but these are all blocked with security passes. So at first, you only have access to the slums where the underground base is located. You go here and get objectives from Torn. You leave the base and then see the minimap displayed in the lower right as you follow these icons leading you to important destinations. This much works just like Grand Theft Auto 3, and it's pretty intuitive. By the end of the game, you'll know the map to Haven City pretty well. However, it's great that you have the map at all times that displays these icons and you just follow them as it takes you on the path to your next objective. But this is just how you get from place to place. The actual destinations make up the core content of Jak 2. Outside the security walls lie dangerous areas like Dead Town, where the Metalhead armies overwhelmed the Crimson Guard to the point of a retreat. The pumping station, which is also overrun by Metalheads. The sewers, the drill platform, the dig, and some others. Each time you visit these locations, you have a mission to do, but then you keep coming back to these areas throughout the game, which might sound repetitive, but you always uncover something new in the process. I'll take the pumping station as an example. The first time you go here, you take a right from this platform because it's the only path available to you on your quest to turn the valve on that brings the water back to the slums. But the next time you go here is where you have to protect Sig while he hunts for giant metalheads. Sig uses his ultra-powerful Peacemaker gun to blow open this tank that allows you to go where you couldn't before. Then, the next time you go here, you find a pathway you hadn't taken before to meet Ashlyn, the Baron's daughter who's secretly working with the Underground while she's under attack from the metalheads. All the locations you visit are like this, where it may be the same area, but what you do is completely different each time, and what you see might also be different. It's like how your first mission at the dig is this jetboard challenge where you grind on rails to destroy this giant machine, but then the next time you visit here is a long mission with exploration, combat, and platforming to reach a seal piece you need to progress. playing this game again has only reminded me of the fact that I do believe this is an authentic sequel to the first game from a gameplay perspective. I already mentioned the fact that Jack's entire moveset from the Precursor Legacy is here and accounted for in Jak 2, so from that alone, players of the first game should have an easy time getting into Jak 2. But then when actually playing it, you see the game puts just as much of a focus on tight platforming in its levels as the first game. Areas like Praxis' Palace, the Dig, and Mars Tomb show this off best, where you gotta time your swinging jumps right and land on moving platforms. So it's just as satisfying as it was in the first game to roll jump off of ledges and high jump off the platform you land on to make it to the next
I need one
And
more.
when you're fast enough to get all
I'll
the
cover
moving
the event.
platform segments done in one cycle without waiting, you feel pretty rad. If anything, I think it might actually be more fun in Jak 2 than the first game, because the platforming segments throughout this game are actually more difficult, on average, than what you'd find in the first game. And more complex, too, as you have more movement options, like the escape from Praxis' Palace at the end of the game. You gotta make these perilous jumps over a bottomless pit while blasting the enemies from afar. But then at this moment, you gotta shoot the glass out of the window to grind along the ledge with your jet board. It's really fun and exciting. It's easy to think Jak 2 is a radical departure from the first game, and in many ways, it obviously is. But I think the core DNA of what the first game was trying to achieve is still in Jak 2. By that I mean, on the surface, this game is not a colorful collectathon, obviously, but what was Jak 1 trying to do? Well, it wanted to take elements that games from the late 90s had utilized, like the platforming of Super Mario 64, the grand scale and story and mythology of Ocarina of Time or Final Fantasy, and paying attention to the details like Banjo-Kazooie, and combining those elements into something that had all of those things at once that felt fresh just the same, while impressing you with its jaw-dropping visuals and technology. Jak 2 just realized that the elements they were taking weren't what the industry was most impressed by anymore. So they still took their platforming-focused gameplay and thought, how do we adapt this into what's popular? So you have a game that tries to take the open world mission-based gameplay from Grand Theft Auto and combining that with some creative gunplay and incorporate elements from Tony Hawk into the game for that extra youth appeal and giving it a post-apocalyptic Blade Runner cyberpunk vibe as the backdrop of their more serious story while still playing exactly like Jak 1. It's an interesting mix, but definitely feels like a sequel to Jak 1, just not the one you'd expect. Now, that doesn't mean the implementation of these things is above criticism because mixing popular elements from other games is a staple of the series. Driving in Jak 2 is one of the main areas the game gets flack for. A lot of folks find it boring. Now, I've kind of flip-flopped on this issue over the years. In my earlier playthroughs back in the day, I found driving between missions to be the part where you get to relax from the challenge of the missions. That issue we'll talk about later, don't you worry. But then when I got better at the game, I tended to think that the long commute between areas just took up too much time in my playthrough. Now, I think there's still truth to that. You start in the slums, but then you gain access to this industrial district, a long sequence of passageways that leads to the port at the bottom of the map. You then gain access to the left side of the map where the gardens and the bazaar are located. And at the very top of the map is the stadium that leads to the main town, which is the most developed area and sees Praxis' Palace at the very center, which stands tall above the rest of the city. The map in this game is pretty large. So when you're in the port at the bottom and your next objective is located at the stadium, that's a pretty long drive. Same for being in the gardens and having to go all the
I'm detecting a major Vex force inside, Guardian, and lots of utility access. We should find out if this building is critical infrastructure. Sam, are you on comms?
Yeah, what's up, little bud?
We have Vex fortifying in a large structure on the waterfront.
Okay.
Let me just find you on the security feeds, and... Whoa! Are you in the Thrilladrome? I missed that place! It was the premier destination for extreme esports.
It's what? Like video games?
Extreme esports.
the way back to the slums and talk to Torn or whoever. It's just a long commute from area to area since there aren't a lot of shortcuts or easy ways to do it. However, I find the act of driving in Jak 2 fun. Like GTA, you get around by stealing people's cars, but technology has evolved in the Jak world to where the zoom
Sam, there's a Vex portal accessing the building's mainframe.
Oh, that's super bad. The drone's got Cloud Arc root access to help it crunch cycles.
It what? We've got to get in there and stop it, Guardian.
Ah. Fuck me. You I'm really under-geared for this. Still enough to do it, like, but under-geared. Got heavy ammo? Be good. Be dead already. Let's do some line Ryan. There we go. Here's it. Where?
A virtual arena to test every skill you can imagine against your friends? Shaxx would love this place. On second thought, there's no real risk when it isn't full of Vex, so maybe he'd hate it.
Zoomers you rode in Jak 1 are now capable of full flight and have different classes. The basic zoomer is the fastest and the one you'd best grab if you want to move quickly. However, these are pretty vulnerable and blow up easily. Therefore, if your mission is to destroy something on the move, you're best grabbing a heavy vehicle which turns worse and moves slower, but the boost in defense is worth it for these missions. Sometimes you'll find a Crimson Guard bike just sitting around unoccupied, and these are the best moments because then you feel all the benefits of grabbing that sweet ride, a fast hover bike with a cannon on the front, just without instantly setting the whole city on alert. When piloting these vehicles, you have to switch between the low zone and the hover zone, and I just think it's fun going really fast and weaving in and out of traffic by going high and going low, especially when on the run from the guards. So my overall stance is, at some moments driving can get old if it goes on for a few minutes, but for most of the game I find it enjoyable. Even more fun than that is the new jet board. Jak and Daxter get their hands on a hoverboard that you first test out in this skating rink where you have to do combo tricks to get high points. This thing feels great to use, to the point where in this playthrough, when my drive was short enough, I'd even just take the jet board to where I was going, because then I'd go mad with the tricks and the grind rails getting from place to place. If you do a perfect 360 spin, you get an instant speed boost, and the controller vibrates when you land, which is great feedback. R1 allows you to do basic tricks like spins, but on L1 you can do these crazy combo tricks that grant you more points for comboing them together without touching the ground, and just looks really sick. As a Jak 2 vet, using the jet board to get through basic segments gets more enjoyable with each run. Especially this late game mission in the strip mine that makes you use the jet board to grind on rails. Getting through here without dying and while maintaining the speed from the board is some good fun. But of course, if we're talking about Jak's extra gear, there's one elephant in the room.
Sig! Pierre Capitan here and his friend, Bonus. If you want to see what that baby can do, try the gun course outside. Show me some skill with that hardware, and I'll hire you for a job or two, eh?
After the 5th mission, Jak and Daxter meet Crew and his right-hand man, Sig. Crew sends the three of them to hunt down some metalheads, but to make sure Jak has the firepower to watch Sig's back, you're granted the Morph Gun. I absolutely love everything about the Morph Gun. In Jak 2, you have access to 4 weapons. First is the red Scattergun. Shortly after, you get the yellow Blaster. Then a bit later, you get the blue Vulcan Barrel. And towards the end of the game, you get the dark Peacemaker. These are 4 modes that the Morph Gun switches between. 4 modes the player switches between with the 4 D-pad buttons. The Morph Gun switching between these 4 settings is one of my favorite animations to look at in the game. Most of the time you won't even see it as the camera is behind Jak. When you do look at it, it's cool the gun doesn't just click or pop between settings. You can actually see the barrel change shape when switching between the modes as Jak holds each one differently and fires each one differently.
Rohan always said about... Good to see you.
Where do you go?
This little electronic oracle may be useful, but I don't like anyone standing behind me whether they've got a knife or not. So the question is, tear it out and let the whole network fall apart, or leave it in, and maybe things get a whole lot worse.
So what do we got going on? My data crawler's running hot! Maelstrom accessed the occlusion a lot. She called it a simulation echo, but it's not a saved file. It's hidden code in the CloudArk. She found it in CloudStrider BlueJay's notes. So, you know, kinda need his archive restored. BlueJay was a tech genius. Rebuilt the CloudArk into a virtual world. He also built...
It's such a neat way to bring guns into the Jak and Daxter series. You don't play as Jak firing some realistic assault rifle like it's Shadow the Hedgehog from 2005. This is a sci-fi weapon that you want to see up close since it's so original. You also want to see the various animations they gave Jak and Daxter when using it. I do say Daxter because they allow the player to fire guns while driving by having Daxter grab the morph gun from Jak's back while he's the one driving the vehicle. They also made each mode of the morph gun tie back to mechanics from the first game. I mentioned earlier that as a result of Praxis' Dark Eco experiments on Jak, he no longer has the ability to use eco powers or interact with precursor artifacts like he did in Jak 1. But these guns are all made using the various eco types as ammunition. In Jak 1, red eco made your attacks more powerful and allowed you to easily wipe out small groups of close-by enemies. The scatter gun is a weaponized form of red eco that you use to blow enemies back from close range. Yellow eco allowed Jak to shoot fireballs out of his hand, and so the blaster is their basic gun that used to shoot enemies both close and from afar. Blue eco made Jak run faster, so naturally the Vulcan barrel shoots rapidly across the screen, and the Peacemaker uses dark eco to unload electric destruction all over the screen. These are very basic video game gun archetypes like the shotgun, the rifle, the Gatling gun, and the grenade launcher, but they take these familiar ideas and just give them a Jak and Daxter twist. Jak 2's gunplay is very unconventional, but I love it. When you get the hang of it, there's nothing that plays quite like it. For example, you can't strafe around enemies in Jak 2, but I don't feel like I ever needed it, because they designed weapons that were meant to be used alongside Jak's existing moveset.
New data's coming. Hey! Shadow Legion, Shadow Legion. We'll kick him out of Neomuna in no time.
If you need distance, you roll jump away from the enemies and start shooting them, and the generous auto aim will do the rest. Each weapon just feels really useful.
Okay, so I was planning on just showcasing that the Hunter Strand Super has slightly better total damage than Blade Barrage and calling it a day, but things are a bit more complicated than that. During the Strand Super, you can use the light attack 15 times, and with 4 stacks of Feast of Light, each one of them deals 43k damage, so the total damage should be 649k, which it is in the end screen. But you might have also noticed that the HP bar of the boss moves way more than with Blade Barrage. My current guess is that the super hits bosses multiple times, like if you pay enough attention.
The PlayStation 3 is going to be 16 soon. Oh boy. It only felt like yesterday that the 7th generation of video games was gracing us with its weird staples. Games were becoming shorter, more and more online, and filled with enough bloom and lens flare to look like a new Star Trek film. Coming hot off the...
Don't listen to that. You should definitely be checking your six. But not too much. Just stay focused, Guardian. You're doing great.
You get any gun here? Or some, I get an exotic from this, so I can't remember which one.
The PlayStation 2 and original Xbox, the PlayStation 3 and other consoles from the time would continue to try and push the visual envelope at the cost of frame rate, and well, that's just what we had to deal with, especially considering PC ports around this time were questionable. BioShock and DRM, a match made in hell. But for every mega hit like Skyrim, Batman Arkham Asylum, the eternally popular Call of Duty franchise, and even The Last of Us, which aged well enough that I don't think it even needs a remake, we've got loads of forgotten titles. Sony and the PlayStation brand have done really well as a video game publisher and console maker in just about every generation, except this one. The first few years of this thing were rough, no thanks in part to the Cell processor and how allegedly difficult it was to work with. Anyone who was around back then surely remembers the PS3 has no games meme. This generation of video game consoles were the first that tried to enter the Steam stratosphere of having digital markets and smaller games that you could only get from their servers. Even something as heavily advertised and as big as Sony's first-party exclusive Fat Princess could come out and get totally passed over because it just wasn't the norm yet. Did I want a physical copy of Nobi Nobi Boy? Absolutely. A lost cause. This also introduced us to a completely foreign concept, the removal of games. It wasn't until recently that something like Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, the game, a fantastic side-scrolling beat-em-up, was just completely lost to time. People were making a side hustle recycling PS3s with downloads of Marvel vs. Capcom 2. All in all, there are over 2,500 individual video game SKUs for the PS3, which is a metric butt ton, and we're gonna talk about a few. We're gonna keep it exclusive though, otherwise we'd just be talking about Armored Core 4 Answer. That's not so bad though.
So yo, it's Austin, and today we're going to be talking about forgotten and weird PlayStation 3 games, because yes, despite the PS3...
The Black Garden does not contain a little risk. As for the second veil, to the vex of the Soul Divisive, it was the Black Heart.
Who cares what it's called? It's our chance to follow the witness.
Except it was destroyed years ago. Nimbus. I understand how grief can make one behave recklessly. But you can't...
Cloud Striders don't grieve. Death is just part of the flow.
Ah, Guardian. Perhaps you can convince our friend that the Black Heart is a dead end.
Hang on. If that heart thing was the same thing as the veil, then its blueprint can be our guide to the real thing. Come on. All we gotta do is follow Rohan's instructions.
You're right. It's at least worth a closer look. But please, let the Guardian handle the groundwork. This city can't afford to lose another Cloud Strider.
All I heard was you're right, so let's get cracking! I'll send you a list of what we need.
Having no games, there's a lot to talk about. Though if anyone has that old chalkboard meme with all the games crossed out on it, send that my way. I cannot find it. But before we get started today, no memes, I want to talk to y'all about today's sponsor, Factor. I think like most people, I'm a fan of eating, but with how much work I'm usually doing, I don't really have enough time to prepare myself a healthy meal. Well, that's where Factor comes in. Factor is a deliverable meal kit that sends freshly prepackaged meals straight to your door. We're talking low calorie, keto, vegan, vegetarian, highly customizable meal choices that are as easy to cook as pressing a few buttons. There's a rotating weekly menu that has usually 25 or more meal options with different add-ons you can include. There's a lot of flexibility for different diets here, and it's just nice to eat something healthy because proper fitness starts with food. For instance, the sweet lemongrass beef. Toss this thing right into the microwave and have yourself a healthy meal that's tasty as well. And if you have even less time, you can grab one of Factor's plant-based smoothies, which are delicious, nutritious, and good on the go. Factor is now owned by HelloFresh, so if you put both of these together, that's a lot of variety of options for healthy meals that you have, so you can try both with a discount from me. My partner and I have been switching between the two every few months, and well, it's been fresh. So if you're wanting to eat healthy or just need to help support a busier lifestyle, head on over to go.factor75.com/eruption120 and use the code eruption120 to get $120 off your first purchase. It's time for some good food. That's go.factor75.com/eruption120 to save $120 today. Thanks to Factor for the sponsor. I'm eating good, and now you will too. But for now, we need to go back to video games. And I think I want to start with the digital world. There is a ton of digital-only PlayStation 3 games that came out over the, 12 years the console was relevant, so I think I want to get started with one of the weirdest and maybe more overlooked titles, Tokyo Jungle.
Tokyo Jungle is strange. Just the entire concept. It's simple. All of mankind is extinct. Only animals roam the streets. As in, everyone's dead. Tokyo is left being overgrown, and you get to play as a cute little Pomeranian. Murder. Developed by Crispies Incorporated, Tokyo Jungle is a first-party published Sony title that came out in 2012 to, at least in the States, a little fanfare and mixed reviews. I think this is partly due to just how freaking absurd this is. TJ is a survival game. You go around creating packs of animals to try and thrive. You've got to take care of your hunger, watch your health, and avoid being absolutely wrecked by other, even bigger animals. The story mode has you playing as a bunch of different creatures, and there's a ton of them, from small dogs to deer, horses, and King of the Jungle lions. There's a bunch of different ways to play this. The neat part is the arcadey approach to it. Time flows quickly as you try to survive, and you're able to unlock new routes and different things while playing as one animal, each of which have different play styles. Small and medium creatures can hide in the tall grass, larger things can carry carcasses, and there's areas that are restricted depending on your size. How you play also changes depending on whether or not you're a carnivore or a herbivore. It's easier to make friends as a vegetarian, that's for sure, although this whole game kind of comes off like a Mafia City ad. It reminds me a lot of Evo for the Super Nintendo or other games like this. Also, there's robot dogs. Is this brand synergy? Each animal has a story to it with random occurrences that can make things unique. You'll see more of that though in the survival mode that really just lets you have some fun. Tokyo Jungle has a strange sense of humor, but it's one I dig. I mean, what other game lets you Metal Gear Solid your way through the streets as a fawn? The game itself is a little jank though, a little hard to understand and totally unhinged, but it's got a lot of charm. Kind of falls into a roguelike category, so you'll be doing your best to get longer survival times after finishing the story. It's definitely not for everyone though, and I can see why no one really talked about this at the time. I mean, in 2012, people were playing games like Borderlands 2, Mass Effect 3, and XCOM. Who's downloading Tokyo Jungle except freaks like me? Look, all I'm saying is that if you weren't scared of golden retrievers before, you're about to be. Keeping it with Crispies though for a second, they weren't done. This short-lived Japanese developer would follow Tokyo Jungle up with, well, a PlayStation mobile version of the same game, but also 2 years later in 2014, a brand new project, one that transcended video games. Short Piece, Renko Tsukigime's Longest Day. This one needs a little backstory. Short Piece is a Japanese multimedia project that consists of 4 short films and a video game. It was a collaborative effort with a bunch of different directors, including Katsuhiro Otomo of Akira fame, and Hajime Katoki, who was a well-known mecha designer. Gundam, you know it. Each of these films takes place in a different historical period of Japan, and some of them were award-winning. Well, in order to wrap up the project and represent the modern age, they decided to make the final piece a video game, Renko Tsukigime's Longest Day. And if you can't tell, Suda51 was part of it. Renko Tsukigime is what happens if you try to develop a game on crystal meth. It tells the story of a girl with an eye patch who's a high schooler who's also out for revenge from her father who killed her mother. She's also a dragon slayer, wrestler, and Pomeranian slayer. Yeah, things get more than a little absurd here, but it's a fun ride all the way through. The gameplay itself is just where it's kind of meh. Renko is a platformer that, if anything, feels a bit closer to Sonic the Hedgehog than anything else. You've got to constantly run to the right while grabbing collectibles and destroying objects. There's an evil force chasing you that you have to blast away every now and then, but it's nothing too special. It's what happens in between these stages that is. Renko's got every bit of that Suda51 and Grasshopper energy that we've all grown to love. Each animated sequence between levels feels like it was done by a completely different animation studio. The style totally changes. 1 second you're looking at 3D anime, then it's rotoscoped, it kind of looks like Trigger at one point, and then it turns into something that resembles Galo Sengen. I think about this a lot. It turns out the animation studio is responsible for Pop Team Epic, so go figure. The story of Renko is a bit hard to follow, as you'd probably expect, but it definitely feels like something Suda51 put together into a tight hour-long package, and I love every second of its nonsensicality. Between this and Short Piece, it's definitely a totally absurd collaboration of games and films that time's gonna forget, especially considering it's PS3 digital only here in the States. They're only now re-releasing the films in the West, but since there's no port, the game's destined to eventually disappear with the PlayStation 3 store. Even the Japanese physical version's rare. It's just the shame that the game part of Renko is okay at best. Never been so scared of a Pomeranian. There are so many cool digital games on the PlayStation 3 store, and don't think I forgot about them. Bionic Commando Rearmed, Hardcore Uprising, and infamous Festival of Blood immediately come to mind. Some of the 7th gen digital games have come forward a gen or two, some are even backwards compatible on the Xbox. And unfortunately, some are relegated to PlayStation Plus's streaming, which even in 2022 with a wired gigabyte connection, still kinda sucks. So get those PS3 digital games while you can. Don't miss out on Super Rub-a-Dub. You'll just have to navigate the hellscape known as the PS3 store with its helpful genre selections such as Best of Sonic, Best of 2K, Best of Sonic, Best of 2K.
Alright, let's drive out of the digital world for a second and talk about one of my favorite genres, driving games. It might be weird, but car video games are some of my favorites, and if you put something like Forza Horizon 5 in front of my face, I'm gonna play it, and that was the case for a lot of PS3 exclusives as well.
No, I'm not talking about Gran Turismo, though it'd probably be fair to call GT HD Concept a forgotten game. I'm looking more into the absurd side. The 7th generation of games had a bit of a love affair with unrealistic racers, and I'm a huge fan of that. You put that Burnout name on anything, and I'm gonna play it. Double so for kart racers. While I still see Sonic and All-Stars Racing transformed as the GOAT for a while there, I was totally in love with Mod Nation Racers. Developed by United Front Games, the people who brought us Sleeping Dogs and Little Big Planet Karting, it was to kart racers what Little Big Planet was to platformers. You got a concept? Create it, be it tracks, characters, or courses. And it was really easy to use. But unfortunately, all the servers were shut down in 2018, so that crappy Rei Ayanami skin I made day one that got 10,000 downloads is gone. Pour one out for my girl. Don't even have a picture.
Mod Nation Racer is not playable in its intended format anymore, but you can play MotorStorm. Anyone remember MotorStorm?
In 2022, MotorStorm feels like a blur. In the PlayStation 3 days, Sony was pushing these things out left and right, and for good reason. It was a good display of the power of the cell, while also being a decent racer. There's a good chance you have heard of this, but there's a better chance you haven't heard that there were 5 of them. The original MotorStorm was a launch window game, coming out a month after the console, and it's easily one of the best for that first year. But that's what happens when your launch competitions like Sonic 06, Mobile Suit Gundam Crossfire, Full Auto 2, and
So here's this giant enemy crab.
Developed by British developer Evolution Studios, who have only really made other games like this, MotorStorm and its sequels are all pretty decent off-road racers. It's chaos, it's lots of deserts, and long enough load times that'll make you think your PS3 is about to brick. Moving on, we've got MotorStorm Pacific Rift, this time with water. Then there's MotorStorm Arctic Edge, this time with more ice. It was called Raging Ice in Japan, and it's a way better name, by the way. But the one I dig the most was MotorStorm Apocalypse, this time with more end of the world. Coming out in 2011, a year before The Rapture and George Lucas conveniently selling Star Wars, MotorStorm Apocalypse takes the concept of the off-road race and decides to toss a little bit of split second into it. It's quite literally one of the most chaotic racing games I've ever played, and that's to its credit. You'll be doing what you think are normal laps while bridges are falling down around you, war starts to break out, earthquakes are destroying entire cities, and well, it's just a fun time. Every lap feels like you're just trying to survive instead of a race, which to be fair is totally absurd, but it works well as a video game. Top it off with slow motion vehicle destruction and you've got yourself a good time. You have a permanent boost like in the other games, but you have to balance it with your heat gauge so you don't blow up. This can be as simple as driving through water. There's cars, motorcycles, jeeps, trucks, you name it. Since previous MotorStorm games focused on being in the wilderness, it was nice to see the developer put together destroyed urban environments in a way that felt natural to the series. Like the other games, it's a solid, slippery, and destructive time that'll last you a few hours of fun. No more multiplayer though, it's all offline. You're probably not going to be trying for best times over and over like a Mario Kart speedrun anyways, but it's fun while it lasts. The only major iffy parts here are some some of the old school PlayStation 3 load times and some pretty cringe storytelling that they did with cartoony stills. Let's just say that they want to be Amped 3, but they're not. Although truly, no one is. Unfortunately, after this and a Vita spinoff called MotorStorm RC, which was okay, Evolution Studios would put out their last Sony-published game with Drive Club, something that had mixed reception and a bunch of issues. And well, that'd be it. Besides Drive Club VR, which was the first and only VR game to make me so sick I had to lie down for 3 hours. So thanks, guys. Give MotorStorm Apocalypse a try if you can. If you're feeling sporty, you can even try it on PlayStation Now. It works well enough, even if it looks a little crusty.
Alright, let's swap sides of the planet for a second. MotorStorm's great and all, but I want to talk about Japanese developers. Sony has always been in this weird spot where they don't have like characters and franchises that have passed down through multiple generations, with the exception of like Ratchet at this point, but they did have a lot of weird studios putting out different games, such as Africa.
Ah yes, Africa. The 6-axis controlled version of Pokemon Snap. Anyone got a spare $150? Africa came out in 2009, and for some reason, despite having a PlayStation Network store page, it just says Africa trademark. Okay then. This is one of the strangest PS3 games you can try, and I've never gotten my hands on a copy myself because, well, I've literally never seen one. Though I've heard the game is mid at best. Speaking of mid, how about Trinity Souls of Zilol? Y'all ever heard of this one? Tecmo Koei, or more specifically Omega Force, was in a strange spot in the 2010s. Prior to them becoming the people for licensed Musou game, they'd only really dipped their toes in with Dynasty Warriors Gundam and Fist of the North Star. If it wasn't Dynasty or Samurai Warriors related, it was probably something like Blade Storm or Windback. I do love Windback. In fact, I was originally going to talk about Dynasty Warriors Gundam Reborn, and I even went through the painful process of buying a game on PlayStation 3 PSN these days, where you have to add money to your wallet on the website, which will fail constantly for no reason, but it just wasn't as good as the previous ones. Do I have 140 hours in Gundam 3? Absolutely. Well, in 2010, they'd take on the Zil-Ol franchise, and if you aren't sure what that is, I don't blame you. Until this game, it was a Japanese-only Tecmo Koei JRPG franchise that, at a glance, looking through footage online, doesn't seem like too much. In a time where JRPGs were filled with bright and standout character designs, the dark and kinda dull look of Zil-Ol and its sequel Infinite doesn't impress. So I guess wanting to try something different with their in-house franchise, they tossed it to Omega Force, and this is what we got. Trinity. You assume control of one of 3 characters led by Areus, a half-elf on a quest for grand patricide. It took the formula of Dynasty Warriors, plopped it into an action RPG setting with loot and leveling, and called it a day. And it's not awful. Despite what some of the reviews from the time might say, for what this is, Trinity is a decent hidden experience on the PlayStation 3. I say experience because no, it's not a gym, but it's not bad. When you look at things in retrospect, Trinity Souls of Zilol seems to be a transition point for Omega Force. Like, this was a step towards the higher quality they'd output these days with Dragon Quest Warriors, Persona 5 Strikers, or whatever they're doing now. Sure, you might not have a counter on the screen that says 3 million kills, but it did adapt the formula decently. It would be cool to see them revisit this series another time, as the art style is unique. It's almost like a better version of Babylon's Fall. Hey, if we're talking about 7th gen games and Japanese developers though, there's no one more important, I think, than From Software. Dark Souls became a phenomenon and their entire focus shifted during the PlayStation 3 years. Do I miss Tenchu? Yeah. Armored Core? Again, yes, but back in the day when they were putting out a ton of different games, they also published things.
It might have been Atlas when it came stateside, but in Japan, From Software put out 3D Dot Game Heroes, and I love this one.
You can literally smell the nostalgia. 3D Dot Game Heroes is simply put an homage to the 2D Zelda games. It's a Zelda clone, it knows what it is, and it wears that badge with pride. It's like a parody of that genre and is self-aware of the fact that it's a 2D game now in 3D. Everywhere you look you can see some Zelda or Dragon Quest, and that's to its benefit. 3D Dot Game Heroes is the fake game you'd play in something like Retro Game Challenge on the DS. You play the hero and you can make them look however you want. You can take all the time in the world to create your character and their animations brick by brick, or you can choose Taco Man. Easy choice. His eyes glow red anytime he attacks, as if he craves nothing but violence. and fire salsa. Gameplay is exactly what you'd expect. You go throughout this world, going into dungeons, collecting items to open up new parts of the map, to find new dungeons, to eventually beat the big bad. Except there's Bloom. The water in this game looks ridiculous. It's like I'm looking at an effect from Reboot. I think 3D here is about as fan service as you can get, not just in the way it plays, but the stupid stuff it lets you do. You want a big sword? Have the biggest sword ever. Dialogue from NPCs is generally silly, sometimes actually funny. When you beat the game, you'll be thrown a hard difficulty to get those real FromSoft vibes. It's called From Mode, for God's sakes. The biggest problem here is that, yeah, it's just a mishmash of old ideas, but presented as new, so there's a lack of originality. I think that's alright though, as everything about the presentation, both visually and sonically, scream familiarity. I don't know how you make music I've never heard before remind me of being like 6 years old, but good job. Oh, also the FOV is kind of stinky, so is the dungeon color scheme sometimes, and the minimap doesn't look great, but that's about it. 3D Dot Game Heroes is an awesome throwback, and I hope one day it gets a port or something. It's never been released digitally, it's never been featured on PlayStation Now, there's just a physical release, which is still valued pretty high. So Atlas, FromSoft, or Silicon, get on it. These days, Silicon Studio are known for Bravely Default 2nd and are working on Terra Battle 2, and it seems like they haven't really done anything else recently, but I hope they do. Give this one a shot if you can, especially if you love old school Zelda.
As you've seen, the PlayStation 3 has some pretty neat games, but it's with the 6th and 7th generation that Sony decided to go all in with the gimmicks. They were taking the 90s Sega route. More accessories, more plastic, more bulky stuff to take up room in your closet. I actually had one of those PlayStation 1 and 2 memory card converters that you could get at launch, and I still can play my Final Fantasy saves from the 90s today. It's ridiculous. But there's no accessory more bulky than the PlayStation 3i. This thing's huge.
I never understood this one. The PlayStation 3i was an evolution of the PS2 iToy, a short-lived but rather notorious accessory that literally put you into the games you were playing. You can hang out with the Nicktoons, the apes from Ape Escape, or get inserted into a Cardcaptor Sakura visual novel for some reason, but really you were mostly punching and slapping balls like a home version of the finale of Nick Arcade, which to be fair, kinda rules. I thought they'd leave this behind with the PS2, but no, they decided to make one for the PS3. This time around they'd be using it in a variety of ways, even though the supported games were few and far between. The standout, which in my opinion has quickly been forgotten, was the Eye of Judgment. Whoever thought it'd be a good idea to combine card games and a camera was a smart one. You basically position the camera with this ridiculous tower accessory and point it down at a playing mat with cards that you owned. Although good luck finding a complete bundle with the camera, game, mat, starter deck in complete condition, and the tower. Or you could just be like me and jerry-rig it. The rules are simple enough, and once you get the camera set up, it works well. You could play against AI, play online, and the game itself was fun, although slow. They even sold booster packs for this thing, cards made by Wizards of the Coast of all companies. Sony leaned pretty hard into the Eye of Judgment at launch, but honestly, it's just way too niche. Also, you could easily cheat online, considering it doesn't keep track of what you draw, but that just makes you a loser. If you can't find any booster packs, you can just print out your own cards. They made a PSP sequel to this in 2010 that didn't use physical cards, kind of defeating the point of the entire thing. The Eye of Judgment obviously failed to capture a mainstream audience, but it was neat.
And you could say that for pretty much the entirety of the PS3 camera. And it's kind of weird at this point that Sony's had a camera for their PlayStations ever since the 2 all the way to the 5. But it wasn't until the PlayStation 4 and 5 when they introduced VR in combination with the camera and these that it really made sense. This is the PlayStation Move controller, and yes, it does look wrong.
When paired with the PS3 camera, it used color sphere-based 3D tracking to replicate what Nintendo was trying to do with the Wiimote, and in a lot of cases was way more accurate. But in the world of motion controls, all that matters are the games, and well, there's only 19 Move required games out there, most of which hover in the 5 out of 10 zone. I'm gonna be honest, I skipped every single one of these. In 2010, I just didn't have any interest in playing around with one of these things. Those were my pushes up glasses PC gamer years, so the concept of of my body and the colorful wand being the controller was not very exciting, and based on the fact that Sony said it didn't live up to the expectation on sales, didn't seem to catch on much either. If you're one of those people who was playing SOCOM 4 or Killzone 3 with the Move controller online, let me know in the comments because I don't think you exist. Anyways, the games. Mostly minigame collections of shovelware, and a lot of really cool concepts that dropped the ball based on the fact that the control schemes were kinda rough. Kung Fu Riders, what happens when you combine Sonic the Hedgehog, Pain, and Tony Hawk. 36 on Metacritic. Oh whoa, a new Ape Escape? Wait, the last Ape Escape? An on-rails shooter, 43 on Metacritic. So yeah, they weren't doing the business that Sony probably hoped.
But there's one Move game that I always thought should have been a bit of a bigger deal, and that's mostly because of who's in it. You got Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, Sly Cooper and Bentley. I'm talking about PlayStation Move Heroes.
53 on Metacritic. Ouch. Developed by Instigate Games, a company with a less than stellar track record, they made PlayStation Move Heroes, a crossover minigame collection for the PlayStation 3, but one that I think gets a little too much flack. To be fair, when you throw Ratchet, Jak, and Sly Cooper into a game together, there's automatically going to be big expectations, especially because this would be one of Jak's last appearances as Naughty Dog moved on to grittier things. But basically, like any old crossover style game like your Final Fantasy Dissidias and Project Cross Zones, Move Heroes has your protagonist isekai'd into a mystery world in the middle of their own adventures where they're told they have to participate in a friendly game that's totally not gonna get out of hand. And you do so by picking a level, picking a character, and doing the thing. It's got a slow start with long tutorials since it's trying to teach you a lot of different things, but after like 30 minutes it picks up the pace. You've got tower defense, shooting galleries, disc tossing, bowling, and all kinds of different weapons to use. Generally, the Move controller is responsive, which I found contrary to a lot of the reviews I read. Maybe the lighting in my room was perfect, but I had close to no difficulty using this thing. It only really got a little wonky when I would excessively twist the thing around while playing the disc tossing game, but that's on me. For what this is, which is a silly minigame collection filled with things you recognize, it's not half bad. Though I can definitely see how people wanted and expected more. I think they could have taken the shooting and melee combat and fleshed it into a more full experience. Heck, a Ratchet style game would have worked well enough with this control scheme, and unfortunately, what we got was destined to be forgotten. Not quite shovelware, but not bad either. I will say it's one of the only times I haven't totally hated motion controls, but when it involves fishing or bowling, that's kind of cheating. Anyways, here's Clank in a cowboy outfit. Love it. Feels like home.
Alright, no more schmoovin'. At least not with this thing anyway. The base PlayStation 3 controller, the 6-axis, as you can see right here, is, spoilers, I don't have one because they suck. But we're gonna talk about it.
Yeah, back in the mid-2000s, Sony had announced that they were removing rumbling from their controllers because it'd, quote, interfere with the 6-axis technology. 6-axis being really low-rent motion controls built into the PlayStation 3 controller. Well, it turns out that was a bold-faced lie, and the, quote, last-gen feature known as rumbling was removed because they were in a lawsuit with a company called Immersion over them rumbles. A year later, they'd come back. Figures. Well, since they were in on the 6-axis technology, this became a staple of early PS3 games. That whole meme of people moving their entire body and arms when playing video games had become a reality, and in order to do things you'd need to literally move the controller. I was not a fan of this. Nowadays you can find an evolved version of this tech in any gyro supported thing like a Joy-Con or the DualSense, but back then it didn't feel great. Which also meant that big Sony exclusive games were gonna run with it. Heavy Rain, Infamous, Pain, Uncharted Drake's Fortune. If there was an opportunity to become the controller, Sony was gonna take it, and that's like half the reason that Lair sucked. The motion controls in that thing were so rough, they ended up releasing a patch to literally give you a normal control scheme, and that about says it all. The game I remember the most using this though was Warhawk. This thing came out in 2007, and it was a bit controversial. A, because it was a multiplayer only game, which for console in 2007 was extremely unusual, but B, at launch was 100% integrated with the motion controls. If you wanted to fly around and blow dudes up, you were gonna be looking like a kid in a commercial. This was, I guess, a reboot of the PlayStation 1 classic, but the game that interests me here is the spiritual successor, Starhawk. Of course, developed by a totally different studio, Lightbox Interactive, though that's made up by some of the devs of Warhawk. I feel like, despite being a first-party published game and something that by all means should have been a high-profile release for Sony, this went in one ear and out the other. So get this, you play as Emmett Graves, quite literally a space cowboy. The coolest occupation you can have, and it's appropriate that Steve Bloom, Mr. Spike Spiegel himself, plays a side character. Unlike Warhawk, Starhawk was made as a multiplayer and single-player experience, but the solo campaign's a bit lackluster. Not that it matters too much, because you're spending like 90% of the time shooting dudes in mechs, flying planes around planets, flying into space, getting into crazy dogfights, and generally having a good time. The game's also got a building system, so some of the younger ones here might take a look at it and be like, is that a Fortnite? And well, you're not entirely wrong. Starhawk gives me a lot of Transformers Cybertron games vibes, and that's a very good thing. The campaign really shows off the potential of the multiplayer, and I'm super interested in trying it, but they shut that down with zero notice in 2018. So yeah, it's a totally fine third-person shooter, especially for 2012, and the single player was definitely supposed to be a spotlight for the multiplayer. It's just a shame that, just like right now, Starhawk seems to be something that we were all bound to forget about. You can play Warhawk online, as some people have put together some private servers, and maybe that'll happen for Starhawk someday, but for now, this is all we got. All I'm saying is, after playing this, Emmett Graves wasn't a terrible choice for PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. God, I missed that game.
The PlayStation 3 had a real rough start. A lot of the games from the launch, and even the first few years, don't really get mentioned often. It's almost like they went in one ear and out the other. With this entire generation of games not being backwards compatible, there's just a lot of stuff you don't see cropping back up.
For example, Lair, also known as the game that unfortunately put Factor 5 out of business. What did they blame the motion controls on? There's also Puppeteer and Rain, two totally fine games that were not only PlayStation exclusives, but totally unique concepts. That's just how Sony was during this time period. Lots of interesting ideas that ended up being forgettable. And also Misato Katsuragi's reporting plan. You ever wanted Evangelion Best Girl to read you the news? Too bad. It only lasted a year.
There's a ton of games like this, especially with the whole digital store aspect, but I only want to talk about one more thing today. When I think of forgotten gems, when I think of things that haven't been ported and are kind of just left to obscurity, I can only think of one game, and that's Folklore.
Folklore was unfortunate. I don't mean that the game is bad or anything, I'm referring to the timing, or maybe even the concept. Coming out in the first year of the PlayStation 3, Folklore was made by Japanese developer Game Republic. These were the dudes responsible for the Genji duology, Dragon Ball Origins, and of course the licensed Clash of the Titans game. Everyone remembers that? Yeah? In those first few years, Sony was really hurting for a killer app, something that pushed sales into the stratosphere. Folklore wasn't that game. Like it or not, Metal Gear Solid 4 would be, but that's a whole year later. Folklore was originally going to be a companion piece to a PlayStation portable title called Monster Kingdom Jewel Summoner, but they decided to make it its own thing after that failed to be a hit. In Folklore, you play as two different characters, Ellen and Keats, on their journey to uncover the mystery of a town called Doolin. It has this wondrous aesthetic that's kind of unmatched. Heavily inspired by the Celtic Otherworld, you find yourself shifting through different planes, making friends and enemies with creatures from Irish mythology, and trying to figure out whatever's going on. Just make sure to constantly hold your hand in front of your cleavage and use a walk cycle like this. Yeah, this is how women move, right? Both of the main characters have different reasons for coming to Doolin. Ellen's looking for her dead mother, who she received a letter from, and Keats writes for an occultist magazine and is looking for scoops. They end up crossing paths, gaining the ability to cross and make friends in the Netherworld and utilize their powers. This actually reminds me a lot of something like Cameo, Elements of Power, or Chaos Legion, except good. Both characters bond with Folk, usually with a 6-axis minigame. Then you get their powers and you can assign it to one of the face buttons. So you'll be collecting souls to do attacks with, sometimes furthering their abilities with mini quests. The gameplay itself is a little hack and slashy, but it works well with the system. Plus you have the ability to pause the game and change your loadout at any time, so you don't gotta worry about messing things up. Also, both characters can collect the same souls, but they get used differently, which is awesome. Boss fights usually end up being a fun puzzle. You'll stumble across these books that your character can't read, but they have illustrations that'll provide hints on how to defeat bosses, so they're like puzzles. The gameplay itself doesn't stand out too much, but what makes Folklore special is the overall package. The visuals, the art style, the creatures, the music. Despite being a village based in reality, Duelin's mystery is really alluring, and anytime you shift into the Netherworld, it feels like you're walking into a fairy tale. The comic style cutscenes, the fact that you have multiple outfits for the Netherworld, everything. You just gotta deal with a little bit of that 7th gen bloom. So then, why did it fail? I think in 2007, the entire industry had seemingly shifted away from Japanese developers being at the forefront. If you look at the most successful games from those years, it's stuff like Oblivion, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, BioShock. With the PlayStation 3 having a really slow start to begin with and not being one of those killer Western titles, Folklore just felt like it was from another generation entirely. Some of the gameplay at times does feel like PlayStation 2 Plus, when you have something like BioShock giving us the ability to like shock dudes standing in water. Physics and elements were becoming mainstay of gaming experiences, and Folklore wasn't quite there with it. But if you ever got the chance to play Folklore, I'm sure you know, it's kind of an unforgettable adventure that'll stick with you. It's just a shame that it's stuck on the PlayStation 3. This one could really use a port. Game Republic had even wanted to make a sequel too. They approached Sony with ideas, even something that would use the Move, but just like Monster Kingdom, its failure to grab sales put that plan to rest. Even though the game was good, weirdly though, it has an online feature that's still up to this day, despite the developer being gone. You can make dungeons for funsies, and well, it's still there. So thanks, guys whose dungeon I beat. You inspired me to make something mean. Simply put, Folklore is a fantastic game that is very much worth your time. It looked fantastic when it came out, it felt cozy in a way that not many things do, and it's got a skeleton named Charlie who plays the saxophone. Truly, what else could you want? A military shooter? Folklore's got that too. We got goblins with muskets and bayonets. Between this and Okami, gamers are silly. Folklore Appreciation Society, rise up.
Well, that's all for today. A handful of forgotten PlayStation 3 games. And I know I didn't mention a bunch, as I said, there's over 2,500 things on this console, but of all the games in this video, you should check out Motorstorm Apocalypse, Folklore, and Tokyo Jungle. And hey, 2 of those are available on the PlayStation 4 and 5 streaming service, so you can try that if you don't mind a little crustiness. If you think I missed anything worthwhile, let me know down in the comments, and I'll do my best to check it out one day. And I know, yes, there's like 3 of you who want me to talk about Invisimals. I missed the bus on that one. I'm 32. Anyways, I've been Austin, and catch me next time when, for real, 100% no lie, Metal Gear Survive. It's not a bait and switch, I swear.
Metal Gear Survive is controversial. That's the understatement of the century. Konami's incredibly popular Metal Gear franchise has been around since the 80s and has been responsible for some of the most memorable and highly praised video games of all time. Also, a pachinko machine or two. From 1987 to 2015, Konami and famed creator and director Hideo Kojima would make over 20 of these things before an abrupt breakup, a lot of bad blood, a canceled game, and a ton of public outcry. Seriously, if you weren't there, it was wild. But it was in 2018 when the wild card happened. Metal Gear Survive, a brand new game in the Metal Gear series, one produced without Hideo Kojima, seemingly hopping on the zombie trend. One that was nearly universally hated on, with critics throwing it in the 6th zone, user reviews absolutely demolishing the thing, and it ended up on countless worst of 2018 lists across the internet. So, it's been 4 years now. The dust has settled a little bit, and after going hard on Babylon's Fall, Balan Wonderworld, the entire Avatar franchise, and Kakarot, I decided that this was the next logical step. There's a story here, a really interesting one involving a fallout between high-profile developers and a video game that's so absurd it's hard to define. Konami defined Survive as a, quote, bold new experience, and well, I won't disagree with them there. And yes, that says recent reviews, mostly positive. So, y'all know me, or you don't? Well, I went in, I beat the game 100% asterisk, not actually 100% because oh my god, no, dove really hard into the multiplayer and well, survived as long as I could. There's something really interesting here, and the fact that the current players on Steam today is still nearly 10 times Babylon's Fall has to mean something.
So yo, it's Austin, and today we're finally deep diving into Metal Gear Survive. Now, I know it took a while, but there's a lot of history here. This was the first game divorced from Kojima. Heck, one of the first major releases from Konami in a time period when they said they were leaving the video game industry to focus on pachinko. It wasn't just a meme. It happened. But before we get started today, if I were stuck in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, I'd definitely be craving a bowl of today's sponsor, Magic Spoon. You know what I like? Cereal. But as an adult and not a growing child, eating cereal is tough. Look, I remember the 90s. My tolerance to sugar, my happiness, it's gone. So here's where Magic Spoon comes into play. You pour yourself a little bowl, splash in a little milk or whatever you like, and bam, you're a child again screaming about anime. Magic Spoon is a delicious and healthy alternative to your old sugar-filled cereals that's not just tasty, but a nice and easy part of any meal. Magic Spoon cereals have 0 grams of sugar, 13 to 14 grams of protein, and only 4 to 5 net grams of carbs in each serving. And that's also only 140 calories. So yeah, keto-friendly, soy-free, grain-free, low-carb, and that's the magic part of the spoon. They sent me a variety pack with all the flavors, which is cocoa, peanut butter, frosted, and fruity. And of the 4, I like cocoa the best because, well, it's chocolate. Look, it's just nice to have a healthy option for breakfast when everything's usually so heavy. So if you want to get in on this, and you should because cereal owns, click the link down in the description and try a variety pack with $5 off from me today. Be sure to use the promo code AustinEruption at checkout. That'll get you $5 off any order as well as help the channel out. Magic Spoon is so confident in their product that they have a 100% money back guarantee, so if you don't like it, they'll refund you your money, no questions asked. That's magicspoon.com/AustinEruption or clicking the link down in the description to save $5 off your purchase today. Thanks to Magic Spoon for the sponsor. I'm eating good, and now you will too. So, Metal Gear Survive. There's a lot here, so let's start at the beginning.
There's no Metal Gear without Hideo Kojima. Well, that's at least what the gamers say. But I guess that's what happens when your name's attached to a series for nearly 30 years. From the original MSX release of Metal Gear to the controversial Phantom Pain, Kojima has basically been the spokesperson of this entire thing, even if he didn't want to be, saying in 2011 that he wanted the franchise to end, quote, at every step along the way. I mean, when the lead director of your franchise is out there saying he's probably gonna have to make Metal Gear Solid 5 at some point, that dude's ready to move on. His studio, Kojima Productions, was a subsidiary under Konami, and they worked on just about every Metal Gear title, as well as a few things here and there until their closure in 2015. There was a lot of controversy, including stuff I'm not really gonna get into here, but TLDR, Konami was planning to get out of the AAA game business, didn't like Kojima going over budget, and things disintegrated into something petty. Konami started removing Hideo's name from everything. They removed PT, aka Silent Hills, from the PlayStation 4, canceled it, then barred him from going to the 2015 Video Game Awards, causing Kiefer Sutherland to have to accept any awards on his behalf. This was, of course, met with boos.
To accept any awards.
A majority of this seems to be tied directly to Konami changing its corporate mission statement, which to this day hasn't changed much. Similar things happened with Koji Igarashi in the Castlevania franchise. Konami's like an IP goldmine that they refuse to dig into. With the exception of a few smaller PC games, mobile titles, footballs, Yu-Gi-Ohs, and ROM collections of older things, they're not really doing much these days. Except like for Rogue Core, which yeah. After the fallout with Konami, Kojima Productions teamed up with Sony to make themselves into a fully fledged independent studio, which, as most of us know, led to the creation of Death Stranding. I'm just glad that Kojima got his game with Norman Reedus, the eternally greasy man, even if we had to watch those weird baby trailers. So let's move on to 2016. Metal Gear Solid 5's been out for about a year. It had super good reviews, despite a mixed reception from a small vocal minority. Due to the internet being the internet, people found traces of cut content and conspiracy theoried drama between Koji Pro and Konami, but that's not for this video. This is about the pretty out there announcement that happened at Gamescom 2016. It was mostly normal. You had a new Yu-Gi-Oh, a new Pro Evolution Soccer, but shocking everyone would be a Metal Gear Survive. There were hints that they were hiring to make a new Metal Gear, but this—
And it's a powerful one. We should hurry back to Nimbus.
I wouldn't rush. They're not in the best of moods at the moment. I reminded them that, however broadly they'd like to interpret the Cloud Strider's oath, their duties lie squarely on Yomuna, not in the Witness's playground.
So you convinced them to follow the rules? That doesn't sound like you. Or Nimbus.
I have learned from my mistakes, you know. And I can see when someone is about to repeat them. Nimbus may think they're after the Black Heart's blueprint, but really, they want a distraction from their grief.
How'd they take it when you said that?
They weren't a fan of the suggestion. But they agreed to make the passkey and let you finish the job.
This one looked like it had zombies. I think we as a society are all still reeling from the effects of the late 2000s zombie mania. From Left 4 Dead, The Walking Dead, Zombieland, and World War Z, the Living Dead were such a staple of mainstream media culture that fatigue had begun to set in. So when you, and I still can't believe they did this, push out the dude who made your series famous and announce a new game with zombies at the forefront,
Rohan always said battles. Check this out.
you're gonna get in trouble. It definitely comes off as creatively bankrupt, even without any knowledge of what the game is. From the first trailer, you see Snake leaving behind a soldier who gets isekai'd through a portal into a world with these corrupted-looking zombies that we'd learn are called Wanderers. The whole shtick was trying to find your way back home, presumably meaning un-isekai'ing yourself and getting back into Metal Gear Solid 5. The small detail I actually liked on the logo was the fact that the second V in Survive was corrupted and similar to Metal Gear Solid 5, which makes more sense when you realize that the game did a lot of smart asset flipping. We'll get more into that later. Famously, Kojima responded to Survive's announcement in a not so favorable way. Quote, "The Metal Gear games are about political fiction and espionage. Where do zombies fit in with that?" Which I find hilarious considering Metal Gear has had a shaman, telekinesis, ghosts, and not to mention an immortal vampire, or a bisexual with nanomachines.
No. Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual.
I'll tell you right now that no, these aren't zombies in the traditional sense, and they are actually something that does fit into the lore of Metal Gear, but we'll touch that later. After this Gamescom trailer, the anti-hype machine began doing its thing, and the internet pretty much condemned everything about this, which, you know, fair. But I'm a freak, and I like to know as much as I can about something before I toss it into the garbage, so I signed up for the open beta test in 2018. And I kinda liked it. The open beta of Survive was a multiplayer-only thing that showcased the co-op game modes. It was hard to tell what this game was gonna be from the early trailers, but that answer ended up being a post-apocalyptic zombie tower defense game. And I don't know about you, but tower defense is like the third best video game genre behind Vampire Survivor and Kart Racers, so I hopped in with a few friends and I was having a pretty good time. You'd need to defend a giant crystal while setting up traps and taking care of waves of enemies. It turns out if you put a co-op wave defense game in the Fox engine, easily the best part of Metal Gear 5, you have the recipe for a good time. Did it feel like Metal Gear? Absolutely not. Over the next 2 years, Konami would release trailers showcasing bits and pieces of gameplay before the official release, February 20th, 2018. They actually put it out there at a budget price of $30, I guess kind of knowing its fate. Well, that didn't help. It got pretty middle-of-the-road critical reviews, but was destroyed by fans and YouTubers alike. This thing peaked right away, sold very poorly, dipped in price heavily after the first few weeks, and that was that. I actually bought a PS4 copy of this 2 months later for like $15, but it remained sealed until last month.
This is Metal Gear Survive, the controversial most.
We're in.
Good. Any sign of the Soul Divisive?
Not a Vex in sight.
All the more reason for them to stay out of the garden. It has a way of amplifying such emotions till they blot out all reason. So, quickly and quietly now. Find a conceptual mind, grab
Sol Divisive? How did they know we were here?
Focus on getting past them now. We can dwell on the how later.
Made it through. Though I still don't understand how that happened. Unless we tripped an alarm on the way in.
It's possible. Perhaps Rohan's passkey had a flaw we didn't see.
But why not attack where we portaled in? Why let us get so far?
Are you suggesting someone else stepped off the Sol Divisive?
It's possible.
It's also disappointing. Stay on task. I'll go check on Nimbus.
Most recent and possibly even final game in the series, but I didn't play this version, so it'd be gone. The multiplayer and single player campaign are both kind of like intertwined here, but we might as well start with the first thing that we end up seeing, which is the story. Wish me luck. Survive is directly tied into Metal Gear Solid 5 and Ground Zeroes. Shortly after being played like a damn fiddle, you play as a creative character in that situation who died. Nice. Then they somehow take your body and toss it through a wormhole into a world called Dite, or as you're nicely told,
You made it through the gates of hell.
this is a lot for the first 15 minutes of the game, and they don't do a good job at getting you excited or knowing what's going on. After a slight rehash of the Ground Zeroes cutscene with some other elements tossed in, and seeing your character's name appear on a killed in action sheet mere moments into making them, you get sucked from real cutscenes into a static image and endless dialogue. Essentially, during the wormhole opening, your arm gets infected by some type of organism from Dite, and they send you there in order to investigate. You and researcher Good Luck keeps in contact with you, dubs you captain, and guides you towards base camp, a little place outside an alternate version of Mother Base that's destroyed. Kind of ironic that his name's Good Luck considering the ridiculousness of the situation. Here you explore the dangerous zone called the Dust and meet various characters like Reeve, Nicholas, Dan, Miranda, and various Metal Gear stereotypes that
Sorry, friends. I couldn't sit this one out. I owe this to Rohan.
You owe it to Rohan to do your duty as a Cloud Strider.
Like you know what it means to be a Cloud Strider.
Nimbus, how did you even get in without a passkey?
You know that complex you found back on Neo Luna? Let's just say those lasers were meant for more than just a light show.
Taken? What are the Taken doing here?
I don't know about your end, but they're slowing me down over here.
Be careful. If the Taken are there, you're in for an even tougher fight than we expected. I suspect the Taken have been sent to do what the Soul Divisive refused to cover the witnesses' tracks. Completely.
They're here for the conceptual mind.
Clearly, its knowledge presents a real threat to the witnesses' plans. We need that memory core.
Nimbus, wait!
No time to lose. Last one to the conceptual mind is a disappointment to Rohan's legacy.
As if they needed more cores to act rashly. Guardian, you have to catch up with them before it's too late.
That don't get any kind of meaningful development, screen time, or like anything really. You know, for a game called Metal Gear, it's sure lacking in a lot of the fun that those games have. Granted, the situation here is pretty dire, but in my entire time playing, there was nothing like Revolver Ocelot twirling his guns for way too long. Survive lacks a lot of charm of the predecessors. There's not even a good moment to do a funny model swap with. In Dite, you find the supposed zombies, or wanderers. You're also somehow able to keep contact with the outside world in another dimension, which I'll shrug off because this is a video game. Good Luck introduces you to a robot AI called Virgil, who's got a split personality that guides you along the way. No, not that Virgil.
That's the setup. Find your way home. It's simple and effective. Now, the Metal Gear franchise is famed for having cutting-edge stealth gameplay, all the way from the original in '87 to even spin-offs like Metal Gear Acid. So, does Survive do it? Well, kind of.
Oh, right off the bat, the PC version still says Metal Gear Survive Beta, even in 2022, so take that as you will. Metal Gear Survive's gameplay loop is bizarre. Take everything you know about Metal Gear Solid 5 and the Fox engine, then toss it into a survival game, like Rust or Ark. You need to eat, you need to drink, and manage your oxygen. In Survive, you're gonna be spending a whole lot of time micromanaging your health resources while also trying to be stealthy, and this comes off like a weird indie game in comparison to
This for Rohan's sake, but
Rohan is dead. I can't do anything for him anymore. Except live up to what he taught me. A Cloud Strider does whatever it takes to keep Neomuna safe. We don't hesitate in the face of danger. We don't let pain stop us. We let it remind us that...
you're still breathing, still fighting. Yes, I know. You shouldn't let pain stop you. But you can't let it propel you either. Trust me. That path only leads to more pain.
found this. It's Cloud Strider tech, all right. Rohan probably ran right past this spot when he... Looking at this, all I can think of is how Rohan didn't need weapons or fancy mods. Sure, he liked his gear, but he didn't need all that to defend our city. To do his duty as a Cloud Strider. Which is what I should be doing right now. You take it. Use it to get the blueprint. Meet me back in Neomuna when you're done, okay?
Osiris, we caught up with Nimbus. They're on their way back to Neomuna.
You convinced them. But you'll need more than that if you're to reach the conceptual mind before the Taken. Don't forget what you're here for.
We're on the move. Taken are pulling ahead. Time to really let loose, Guardian. We can't let them destroy the conceptual mind. At least not until we get its memory core. There's the conceptual mind, and its failed creation. Or its god. Huh. I never really thought about that before. What kind of beings create their own god? And it's not even an original.
Happens more than you think. something to ponder after the memory core is safely in hand.
Right. Focus up, Guardian. Conceptual mind is down for the count. Looks like the Taken have all cleared out. Why aren't they fighting us for the memory core?
I'm sure they were merely told to destroy the Blackheart's architect. I doubt they were aware its knowledge is the true threat.
You really think this blueprint will help us with the Veil? After all, if the Black Heart was meant to be a copy of the Veil, it didn't exactly succeed.
True. But even studying the failed attempt can lead to useful information. We won't know for certain until we open up the memory core, which will take some time, so hurry back. Besides, I'm sure our friend Nimbus could stand to hear some good news right about now.
To 5. MGS5 gives you the ability to Rambo your way through situations, but Survive has you at first cheesing it out. At the very start, all you have is a dinky little wooden spear and quickly draining hunger and thirst. Surviving is key, so you'll frequently be hunting for water and food sources. A lot of the stuff you'll find is dirty and that can poison you, so you gotta cook or boil it. You can hunt animals with a bow or a machete, but there's nothing quite as effective as punching them in the mouth. Yeah, this is real. You have to poke zombies to death in order to kill them, and you get a resource called Cubon Energy, which is used for most things. Wanderers can drop items, but you'll also be scavenging the environment for things to craft and do other things. You can only make like a bandage at the beginning, but you'll find blueprints that'll give you access to bigger and better things, be it weapons, armor, types of food, buildings, or even C4. After the initial tutorials and cutscenes, which are, to be completely honest, one of the most dreadfully boring experiences in all video games, you're set loose to explore, and you do this like any old open world game. You just pick a direction and go. The world itself is a reskin of the Afghanistan map from 5, and you'll have vague marked locations trying to tell you where to go. However, this is in a zone called the Dust, which doesn't have a tracking GPS.
Battle. You got the goods. Osiris rallied a team of researchers while you were out. They've been itching to get their mitts on this. I knew you'd get the job done. Seriously, I don't want you to think I charged in there because I didn't trust you. I guess I was just after something else. Something you can't find in the Black Garden. Or anywhere else. I thought I had accepted death. That's part of the whole Cloud Strider deal, you know? Our service, our sacrifice. I'm not afraid of dying. Really. But I never considered what it'd be like to keep fighting when... And I know this pain is to remind me that I'm still breathing, but how can I when there's this giant hole where a person used to be? He didn't prepare me for this part. At least now I get why Osiris is the way that he is. I owe him an apology. And I owe you my thanks, Guardian. Thank you for everything. Coming right up. When you said you understood, I never asked why.
She saved me. As she always did. Throughout all the lives we shared, she was always my better. Just before she told me don't lose hope in the darkness. She must have known what I'd find here.
What was her name?
Sagira. As reckless as it was, I hope the Black Garden helped Nimbus navigate their pain. Perhaps even find peace. I suppose I should have expected Ikora to recover any pieces she could of Sagira. To give me that same opportunity. There are still mysteries to be solved and a trail to uncover. Our assistance here must continue. I will keep a watchful eye on Neomuna. But for now, I must depart. This seems a good time to return home, to those we love. We will likely need each other for what's to come, Guardian. Now more than ever.
and requires you to have an oxygen machine. One that failed to load. Girl, what you doing? In the dust, you'll find lots of wanderers who can easily kill you, as well as give you injuries that you'll have to bandage up or get debuffs from, like the inability to naturally heal. The first time you go into the dust, your oxygen depletes quickly, and you can consume Cubone energy to regen, but it's very expensive. Basically, the entire world wants you to die, and unfortunately, there's no quick save. So if you die, you have to reload your last save, and that might be a while back. It creates this sense of peril while exploring, which was actually relatively fun. Like, you'd be trying to sneak around wanderers, and they're
Nimbus, we've entered the VexNet, but there's no way forward.
Let me cross-check your position markers. Oh, there you are. I'll open a path for you. You're in the VexNet. Yep. And now that the Shadow Legion are invading the VexNet, they're planting bombs and destabilizing everything.
Nimbus, we've entered the VexNet, but there's no way forward.
Let me cross-check your position markers. Oh, there you are. I'll open a path for you. You're in the VexNet's quantum entangled pointer directory.
Any damage done to a pointer will be reflected on the data it's entangled with. Cloudark data, I presume.
Yep. And now that the Shadow Legion are invading the VexNet, they're planting bombs and destabilizing everything. If any bombs go off, they'll destroy irreplaceable data in the Cloudark. Can we count on you to stop them?
We've got your back, Nimbus. Bomb defused.
Great work! But I'm detecting more explosive signatures further out in the VexNet. Hang on, I'll open another path for you. Vex network permissions can be so fussy. Got it! I've opened up a data conduit. They're used for high-speed data transfer, but they'll carry you just as fast. According to the directory, the pointer ahead of you leads to a historical code repository by user M. Sundaresh.
Maya Sundaresh? Of the Ishtar Collective?
The one and only. She was one of the Amuna's founders. Her code laid the city's foundations.
But that code must be centuries old. Surely it isn't still in use.
Of course not, but it's part of our history.
And you say I'm obsessed with ancient history.
Yeah, hey Matthew, what's up? Oh, lasers. I wasn't expecting them. You enjoying Nightfall? Or are you not playing?
This pointer is for a collection of Sundaresh's personal logs, authentication keys and all.
The Guardian is risking their life for diary entries? I was expecting something more important.
They are important.
It's close. To be fair, I don't think I'm meant to be in this solo. Oh shit. Yeah, how's it going, Matthew? Hope you're enjoying the expansion. It has its problems, like, but it's alright overall. So far, I don't mind it. Just has big problems, though.
I think we've found our bomb setter.
I'm reading another explosive signature.
It must have some kind of fail-safe arming mechanism. Guardian, defuse it quickly.
Okay, at least no one did now. I went the first use way too fast there, but I didn't even see that thing open up.
I think we've found our bomb setter.
I'm reading another explosive signature.
It must have some kind of fail-safe arming mechanism. Guardian, defuse it quickly.
Himself over. I got this. Boss itself isn't actually that hard. Boss and I can nuke. Seems. It's just the ads.
I think we've found our bomb setter.
I'm reading another explosive signature.
It must have some kind of fail-safe arming mechanism. Guardian, defuse it quickly.
That Shadow Legionnaire won't be planting any more bombs.
Okay.
Data integrity checks look good across the board. What a relief.
This data, it isn't of immediate use.
I think I've seen like the main majority of the content now, or the actual Nightfall.
Their upgraded versions, trying to find supplies and just make it another day. The very beginning of this game kicks you in the butt if you're not familiar with survival type games, and I can see how that would be off-putting for most people. But for those who are a glutton for punishment, dig in. Not to mention, any weapon or armor that you craft has durability tied to it. So let's say you make yourself a slightly more
Yo, Guardian! Shadow Legion's shaking up the Cloud Arc again. Do me a favor? Shake 'em back real hard.
advanced weapon with just barely enough resources. If you use it too much or you run out of ammo, you probably won't have enough to repair it. That means if you're anything like me, you'll be stuck with the bow and arrow for a while. And not the good arrows, the bad arrows. But that's how you get good at those headshots. Eventually though, if you're feeling the gameplay, you'll get into the swing of it. The story, while kind of boring for a majority of the time, keeps evolving as you explore this horrible gray world, and you begin to slowly beef yourself up and get an understanding of the loop. Suddenly you're gunning down waves of dudes without a care in the world, and you're carrying around so much beef jerky that there's no issue. Besides being over encumbered, that is. It always sucks, and it's probably gonna happen a lot. You've leveled up to have bigger combos, maybe you've gone and crafted yourself a fire baseball bat. Maybe it's Stockholm Syndrome, but I was kind of having fun. Is that illegal? Then boom, the servers went down, forced to disconnect, because yes, Survive is online only.
Playing the single player for so long actually made me kind of forget that the game was co-op, but not in the way that you thought it was gonna be, because like, if you look at those early trailers, you see 4 people running around in the world stabbing zombies and everything, but the actual game itself is quite different.
Earlier I said the multiplayer is separate but intertwined with the single player campaign, and here's what I meant. You actually unlock it pretty early, but I don't recommend going in for a while because, well, you're gonna be useless. Metal Gear Survive shares character progress between the two modes, which means level, gear, and your blueprints. If you hop in right away, you'll be running around with a spear and a bow, which isn't gonna be helpful for your party. There's 2 types of modes here, rescue missions, and the aforementioned tower defense mode, Salvage. In Salvage, you have a singularity digger in the center of the map with enemies coming to you in waves dictated by road lines. You want to use your previously gotten resources to craft traps and structures to block the way and
It's the shadow of every story and memory and hope we brought with us. The stars are off limits, but the veil knits and...
So it turns out, no shocker, Blue Jay found the occlusion from the first Strider's records. I've got a bigger issue for you, though. My occlusion data crawler accidentally expanded to scan Shadow Legion radio chatter. It returned a hit. The Cabal discovered a new Vex operation looking for the occlusion and ordered their troops to steer clear. So the Vex aren't afraid of the occlusion. They want it, and they're tunneling into the Cloud Arc to find it. It all comes back to the first Strider. I need you to restore her memorial. Guess you could have seen that coming, huh? She was a legendary warrior, so you need to go over the top defending the city. Keep your eyes open. Shadow Legion troops might be carrying more telemetry about this Vex mission.
No. What is it, lost sectors, I guess? Ugh. Okay. To do the shitty minigame. Of the transmod thing in each of the areas, or the what's it called? I don't know what they're called. The defense things. I don't know if it could be bothered playing this anymore though. For today. Oh, actually, that near at the end of this one. Yeah, they weren't getting that in time. Hopefully this is shit to the boss. Hey, what's up, Rimbo? You liking the expansion so far? It's not the boss.
The Vex are running off with the array. Get them before they reach the Nexus.
Alright. Next one. Oh, these just going further back.
shut it down. Actually, do both.
Try to defend the point with your friends. You can grab stuff and do mini quests inside the mission to get more consumable crafts, but the goal is always the same: defend and survive. The further you get into the single player, the more options you have, meaning the more things that you can do. And it gets pretty ridiculous. Suddenly you have like fire traps, cause why not? The weird part is that for completing these levels, you get a metric butt ton of resources for crafting, as well as some exclusive blueprints. While playing single player for like 25 hours, I was still struggling to have enough gunpowder to make consistent ammo, but after 3 multiplayer missions, I had a ton. It's pretty evident that they want you to go between the 2 modes, but it's really weird that they didn't make the entire thing like one experience. I think Survive could have been way better if they let you and a friend explore the dust together, but lobbies it is. This mode really shows the strength of the Fox engine though, as you'll be mowing through quite literally hundreds of dudes with your friends. Then there's more than a few zombie types too. It starts with your basic boys before you're introduced to explodey boys, armored guys, and the whole works. Initially, CQC seems kind of useless, which sounds like heresy for Metal Gear, as all it does is knock guys down, but once you find out it can instantly kill people from behind even stronger mobs, it goes way faster. Even if the CQC animations are ridiculous, like they took the ones from 5 and just sped